Hello, everyone, and welcome to the grand finals of the SLE. I am joined here on the Analyst desk to kick things off with Savage and Caliber. Hello, guys, how are you doing, and how excited are you to get this started?
Well, this is gonna be a match and a half, definitely. I'm really excited. How about you, Savage?
I think this just might be the best finals we get so far in SLE. Both of these teams are extremely evenly matched, and I have no clue who's gonna take this.
Yeah, extremely evenly matched indeed. And Savage, actually, want to ask you because you were my teammate actually in the last two finals. And I think going into both of those finals, a lot of people were saying that there was a clear favorite. This time around, can we say that there is a clear favorite?
Absolutely not. Yeah, as you say, last time I even think all of the last three times in SLE, every single time there was more or less a clear favorite. I think both last seasons, Gucci was the stronger team moving in the finals, even in season 2 when they dropped the series against Evo before. And actually, we have quite a similar situation right here, where in the winners bracket finals, it was the Dolly 5 that took down Vitagen, but Vitagen coming back from the losers bracket looking extremely confident, and I think it's a little bit mirroring that season 2 run by Gucci. But will Vitagen take it all? How do you feel, Calber?
Well, my attention is all on this bot lane, I have to say, because this is pretty much the clash of AD carry styles there could ever be. We have on the one side Yomi, the all SLE AD carry, and I would call him weak side monster, being the backbone of his team. That's what he's been known for, even on top lane when he was still playing with CCG. And on the other hand, we have Shiki, the probably most up-and-coming clutch AD carry to exist in SLE, next to maybe Sovonix. And this is going to be a very interesting laning phase, in my opinion. But all in all, I also think these teams are pretty evenly matched, and it's gonna be a hard one to predict the series.
Yeah, definitely hard. And I actually want to draw some attention to the mid jungle matchup here. I think both teams have a mid jungle that work pretty well together. I'd say, for those who don't know, Dwowser and Jonathan Isaac played together on several teams, and Dutch and Itchy do not have the same history that Wowzer and Isaac have, but what they do have is a stylistic synergy. So I think, comparing the two mid jungles against each other, it's going to be really interesting because I think Wowzer's a very dominant mid laner. Itchy's more of a facilitating mid laner. Dutch has shown in the SLE his performances. He's been the top jungler in this split, and he's up against I would say his close second opponent. So it's going to be a nice little battle there in the mid jungle. But yeah, I think you touched on Shiki, and I want to add there's a bit of a storyline here with the Shiki against Vitagen team. Yeah, storyline. Yeah, let's break it down into this. So Shiki actually, a lot of his friends are on the Vitagen squad, and I think he was in contention for that AD carry spot. He lost it out to Yomi. And he was actually going to be a free agent, and Dwowser wasn't planning on playing in the SLE. He made a team, and Shiki got in at the very last minute, at the death, basically. So Shiki was potentially a few days away from going teamless and not even competing in this split. And now we're in a situation where he's in the finals up against the team that rejected him. So that's an interesting story to look at.
Yeah, absolutely love that storyline. Shiki with the comeback, proving everyone wrong. And even though Yomi is the all SLE AD carry, I believe in the playoffs, it's been Shiki Orin that has been performing the best, and he's been popping off. The meta suits him perfectly. He's in sync with his support, Jesse. And yeah, last time we saw these two teams match, it was Shiki who carried Dolly 5 in that game 3 with a massive pop-off on Nyla.
Yeah, massive indeed. And I think Shiki has come into his own in this particular split. He's been trying for the SLE title for so long now, basically since its birth, and finally, after so many splits of trying, he's got his golden opportunity here. He's got a fantastic squad around him. So yeah, obviously we don't want to be biased, but I would love to see him get the win. On the other hand, there's a lot of people that not just myself and yourself, Savage, but the Chi family are kind of linked with. So we'd love to see people on Vitagen's side get the win here as well. But speaking of someone who has been trying so hard for this title, I think Dutch is also part of that conversation. He's been on star-studded rosters. You know the playoffs Dutch meme, but I think this split playoffs Dutch is not a meme. He's performing extremely well in these playoff games, especially against White Tigers. Especially against. I'm joking. And I think, could this be the split where Dutch breaks that playoffs Dutch curse?
Calder?
It definitely is gonna be one of the hardest finals to take the title home, in my opinion. We have 10 players who are more than deserving of this title, but only 5 of them can. I think I actually am a bit more biased for the Vitagen side.
Mm-hmm.
That maybe because I used to play with Yomi, but it may also just be that I feel like their styles are so different, but one of the two sides is gonna have this better day buff or just perform a little bit better than they usually do, and then it's kind of up to the coin flip.
I mean, for me, Dutch's story has been so. It's been matching Shiki's story in some ways, actually, as well. Because Dutch has been SLE since the very beginning, I believe. I believe Dutch played in the first play-ins tournament of season 1 of SLE, and he's been going at this cup, at this trophy, many seasons. And I believe he's always been playing for top teams in SLE, but he's always been caught short in these playoff series. Where sometimes it was he who was choking, other times it was more of his team, but. Now he's in the finals, and in the finals he's finding a very, very known foe, D-Wavza, playing on the other side. I believe they met in CWL finals when Dutch played for Reef. They also met in Phoenix League finals, and now they're meeting each other in SLE finals. What a Discord League story it is here.
What a story. And actually, I want to bring up another story. I think the SLE has been renowned. If anyone's been here for a long time, you know that patterns is a thing. SLE Trundle, SLE Jinx. These are not there is superstitions around, repeated occasions. And
yeah.
I actually want to bring up how we won the first split. There was a favorite. They knocked us out in the upper bracket. We got knocked down to the lower bracket. We matched them up again in the finals, and we beat them. And I feel like we have a exact scenario here. Dolly 5 knocked Vitagen out of the upper bracket, Vitagen down to the lower bracket, and they're back up against each other in the finals again. Now, if it's crazy, if we see a repeat story, and bear in mind Loco was part of that Chi squad, so he'll know exactly. He'll have the experience of how to bounce back from defeat against an opponent in a playoff series. If this happens again, the SLE is for sure a league of patterns.
Yeah, but it doesn't even stop there.
No.
Remember, in the losers bracket finals of season 2, Gucci, when they played against Vitagen, that's playing right here as well. Which champion did Loco, the Vitagens couldn't support, pulled out to carry that series, actually? It was Blitzcrank.
Blitzcrank, oh my god, crazy.
And this time in the losers bracket finals against Kakapo Adax,
it was the Blitz, yeah.
It was the Blitzcrank by Loco again. This man is so dangerous and so clutch in these high pressure games on these hook champions. If Vitagen is going to take it all, I believe Loco is going to be one of the main reasons to do so.
Yeah, but definitely. Speaking of Loco, he also has quite a bit of a storyline coming here because he might break one of the patterns we just talked about. He may be, if he is to win today, he may be he's going to be the first player in SLE history to win the SLE on 2 different teams. As we all know, he won the SLE trophy in SLE Season 2 with the Gucci squad. In the last season, he tried to take it with another team as well, but it didn't go so well with the Eternal Blizzard squad. He came close, but not close enough, and now he's here to reclaim his title.
Yeah, damn. Yeah, Loco looking to break some history, set the standards for him. And I actually also want to talk about a bit of a standout player. Not standout, a bit of an underrated player, I would say. In the Vitagen squad is their man in the mid lane, Itchy. I think last split he was playing jungle for Eternal Blizzard, and he went onto a roster that was struggling initially. When he got onto that team genuinely started playing well again. And now it's a similar situation. I think this Vitagen squad, they've been very vocal about this. Without him, the dots don't connect. He is the glue that link all the pieces together. And I think one of his cruxes has been D-Wowzer in the SLE. What would you guys say about this particular mid lane matchup that could pose issues for Vitagen? Because I feel like Itchy is so important for Vitagen's playstyle, but it seems like against D-Wowzer he does potentially struggle to be that important player.
Yeah, WoW's known as one of the premier laners in SLE in mid lane. I think up there with names like Savonix and what was the White Tigers mid lane? Aeong, yeah. That guy is also very good in laning. But yeah, WoW's definitely imposing his will in 1v1 matchups, often playing lane dominant champions, and even with champions that are a little bit not known for scaling, he's kind of very, very strong in the lane phase, where Itchy sometimes has struggled. There has been a meme about Itchy in lane, but I believe Itchy has stepped up a lot lately. And especially in the losers bracket matchups, Itchy was playing up to level, and surely proved himself as a great laner as well. I'm really looking forward for this matchup in lane.
Yeah, I'm very excited, and I think one aspect of the matchup here is how they interact with the jungler, because I feel like as much as D-Wowzer and Jonathan Isaac have played together for a long time, I do think
it's going to be Burger Flipper playing in the jungle.
Oh, Burger Flipper.
Yeah, but Burger Flipper has been amazing as well in these playoffs. So
yeah,
I think he's not lesser of a threat than Isaac.
Yeah. I would say Itchy and Dutch are definitely probably I would say the strongest mid jungle in the entire league. So that is a very big strong point for them. And I think, the lane that when it comes to these two teams that basically never gets talked about is the top lane, which is weird because obviously there's been a lot of praise for Ant as a dominant top laner in the SLE. Do we know anything about how this top lane is going to
go? Yeah, Ant is an absolute star, a rookie player coming in for the Vitagen squad. But interestingly, in the regular season, he showed so much kind of focused on lane and focused on carry type of playstyle. But after being bounced down to the losers bracket, I think there was some serious meeting in the Vitagen headquarters. I think they a little bit changed up their playstyle, and Ant has been becoming so versatile, like playing even champions like Ivern top lane. I think he played a couple of times, played some tanks, and it actually transitions into something that I also would say about Yomi is that when Ant goes for these more supportive champions top lane, Ant is still pretty good in lane, and Yomi can actually play more of carry champions like Caitlyn and Zeri, and being unlocked in that way, so they don't always have to be locked in their weak side or strong side roles. On the other side, the Dolly 5 top laner, Toba he's been so good on these key champions like Cho'Gath and some of his other pocket picks. And if there's gonna be a player that will put Ant in trouble, it definitely is Toba. And these solo lanes will be dynamic and explosive.
Yeah, definitely. So, and I think, top lane right now is not seen to be the most impactful role. But if we want to break down a little bit of the meta here, we've seen a lot of static Shiv running around in the pro leagues like LEC, in Korean leagues as well. I feel like that sort of build heavily favors the champion pool of the Uaza. I feel like that could be a big threat for Vitagen going into this game.
Well, of course, the static shift trend on mages has been a bit of an issue inside of many people, but it definitely unlocks these roam-heavy picks such as the LeBlanc, maybe the Neko, the Zoe, and such to just explode the mid lane by just clearing waves and roaming to these side lanes that are gonna be really dependent on the influence of this mid lane jungle duo. And we might just see bans, I'm hoping, that we don't have to win as these picks like the LeBlanc, because they seem a bit strong, I would say.
Yeah, LeBlanc is really, really strong right now, and I think you have to be a bit creative in the mid lane right now to, I guess, know what can work well with that static shift build. But yeah, I think I'm very excited to see. I feel like Dwaz is one of the mid laners that can utilize this mid lane meta a lot better than some of the other SLE players. So I'm very keen on watching that. And as for the SLE in general, as we are approaching sort of the end of this split, how have we felt this split has fared in comparison to other splits?
Well, for me, it's been the main word I think for this season has been competitive. I believe the teams, the parity between teams was in very, very, very high, and there was so often during the season where there was a different best team in SLE. I believe that in Plains it was Vitagen. At the first week after the season started, at the very beginning it was Gucci who demolished the Vitagen squad. Then they quite rapidly dropped off. It was Dolly 5 has been top team of the league. Kakapo Adax has been top team of the league. Snackpack has been top team of the league. They won the Division 1. I believe even Black Manta had very good success in scrims where they always shined, but not necessarily in the official games. So yeah, it's been extremely competitive, and I've been loving every second of it. Has the overall level been as high at the peak as in some of the previous splits? That's up for discussion, but that's not what we play for. We play for fun, and we play for the storylines of the SLE. How do you feel, Caliber? Has one thing that has definitely been great has been ADC play, am I right?
Definitely. Apart from the fact that there seem to be more great AD carries this season than last season, we definitely, as you already mentioned, had a way more competitive first div, and second div not as much, but first div especially was really competitive this season. It was really fun to watch, as it was up for grabs who gets the title until the very end pretty much, and who goes where in the playoffs. No weird redemption stories, but all in all, a very fun season to watch, and especially the bot lane plays this season have been really on point. Names like Shikioren, Yomi, Sovonix, and the likes have been really popping off and showing very different styles of AD carry, but also very refined styles of AD carry.
Yeah, I feel like this SLE split has been extremely competitive in comparison to the other ones, and this is probably the split where we've seen the most amount of newcomers come into the league. And it's almost like when you get a scenario like this, it's almost like a refresh. You have your staple names, but there are going to be most of the time people that you know nothing about. And I think what that brings is a little bit of chaos, but more importantly, a competitive edge to some of the newcomers, because it's like For example, if you are matching up against, I'll take Savage as an example. If you match up against Savage, you're like, he plays this based on his previous splits, but you can't do that against these newcomers. And I think it's very, 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 very interesting. It's like a lovely new environment, and I'm excited to see the closeout of this split. And I think the finals are a bang. I think I couldn't have picked two better teams this split to battle it out for the title in the end. And I think it is. I mean, for you guys, would you say there was a particular play style or a particular style of a team that gave you a particular advantage in this split?
I think the best style of the season that proved the most success was the kind of team fight heavy style that a lot of successful teams mastered. I think teams like Kakapo Adax and Snakeback and even in teams in the finals that we've seen them enforce it as well. Yeah, this team fight heavy, grouping up, playing for your AD carry, that was so successful in this season. We didn't even see that many like gank heavy junglers. I believe the laning phase and early game wasn't necessarily the top priority for a lot of these teams. It was grouping up later on, and yeah, we saw surprising picks like Amumu work so good in these games, and a lot of protected Jinx comps and stuff like that. So yeah, I believe that that was the superior play style of this SLE season 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you. These mid-range kind of comps with an hyperscaling AD carry on 2 to 3 items, 2 to 3 tanks, and an enchanter were definitely a dominant force as to be seen from the side of Dolly 5 or CCG Muffins. Just name 2 of the most prominent teams that did so. And yeah, it's pretty much just like the meta in leagues like the LEC, the SEK, or LPL.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, speaking of SLE styles, I have a bit of an interesting question for both of you. If you could take, I mean, we don't know the winner of this series, but let's include both of them. If you could take these two teams plus all the winning rosters of the SLE into a tournament, who would you say would be the victor of that one? I won't comment because obviously I'm biased, but
yeah, I'm not biased at all. I mean,
No way.
I think I believe that only Caliber could answer this question
True.
unbiasedly, but I will still answer it. And I think these teams in finals would bring pretty good matchups for both of the Gucci squads of Season 2 and Season 3. But I do believe at the end of the day, those two squads were just a little bit on a very, very high level and very different with the playstyles and stuff like that. It would be a close series, but I believe in those two squads. Well, it had me and you, Adrian. So how about you, Calvin?
Well, I have the disadvantage of not really being active in Season 1 and 2 of SLE, but a matchup I would really love to see would be the Vitagen squad of this year against the Gucci squad of last year, because they seem to be so pretty similar, at least what Vitagen showed in the regular split with this weak side AD carrier. And I would like to just see what the better team of the style would be.
Well, we saw what happened when Vitagen played against this split Gucci. Anyway, it was early on in the split, and I think we got lucky. But yeah, guys, we are 5 minutes away from draft, and I want to get through the desk and go through some predictions. This is going to be a best of 5 series. Mikis, I'll go to you first. Who do you think's going to take it, and how many games are we going to?
We're going 5 games, baby. This is gonna be the finals to rewatch in time after time. It's gonna be beautiful series. It's gonna end up with all of the players going for their signature picks. D-Walls is gonna be on Z. There are going to be some pentakills, quadrakills, baron steals, baron chokes. It's going to be everything. And D-Wows is going to backdoor it at game 5 on Z and take it for Dolly 5.
All right. So crazy. All right, Caliber, what about you?
Well, it would be boring if we all said the same, so I am just gonna shoot out a very wide prediction. I'm gonna say that it's not gonna go to 5 games. I'm gonna say that it's gonna be a 3-1 for Vitagen. I think it could be a 3-1 for either team as soon as the snowball kind of gets rolling. I think the matchup might just take a really big turn at that point. But I would give the bit of an edge to Vitagen's stability because from the games I've seen of Dolly 5, Dolly, especially because I am an AD carry, my eyes have been on Chicky or display, and it's not always been on like on the Smurf level that he's gonna have to show today to take it home. So I'm just gonna say 3-1 for Vitagen.
Wow. Yeah. And I'm also going to throw my opinion in here and say it's going to be a 3-2 for Vitagen as well. I just think I've been seeing the past few days those guys have been in the scrims, and I think before they had played a lot together in flex queues and all that, and I think that always helps a team. But now that they've pounded in some scrims, some practice together, getting serious. I don't think Dolly 5 are that team to, I kind of know D-Waz is kind of cruising a little bit. He's here to enjoy himself. But Vitagen, they've been putting in the work, they've been putting in the hours. And I mean, I speak from experience of a team who wants it more than the opponents, regardless of the talent that is involved in the roster. The team who wants it more will pull through. And, just from what I see and the players involved in Vitagen, yes, I know how much Shiki wants this, but all 5 players on that Vitagen squad last split were gunning for that title, and none of them made it. All of them fell short just at the end. Every single one. They weren't even on the same teams. Dutch was not on the same team as the others. Anta's a rookie. And so I just think they want this more, so I'm going to go for a Vitagen win.
Yeah. I think I would also love to see Vitagen win it. Of course, a lot of friends in that roster. Same as Dolly 5. I love that squad as well. But yeah, if Vitagen wins, both me and Caliber can claim dub as CCG and Good Cheese blood still in the SLE Championship title, huh?
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely, indeed. And guys, I think there is going to be a poll running for the chat's prediction of who's going to win. So make sure to drop who you think is going to win. And yeah, whoever gets it right, I'll shake your hand. But yeah,
In person?
No.
In person, he said it. Promises.
Don't be ridiculous. We're not giving out lottery tickets here. Yeah, guys, can we predict, is there going to be a pentakill happening here in this series? Because I feel like there's potential for one.
I feel like Shiki is gonna make a pentakill.
Yeah, I had the same feeling, because I was like, I think in the last 2 finals, well, mine got stolen by Captain. Sorry, I mean, I stole his pentakill, but the last 2 finals, we had a pentakill, and supposedly should have been a pentakill. So it does seem in the SLE, the finals is where some of these hype players really can go for it. They really feel themselves and they really go for that pentakill, So Caliber, you think Shiki's gonna get one? Savage, do you think anyone's gonna get one?
I mean, I still like shivers whenever I watch that Gucci highlight video and Brillman screaming and pentakill for the Emperor of Shurima. That was beautiful. And yeah, I would love to see it. And if there's a player that would score a pentakill on these teams, I think it is Shiki Orin. He's kind of the multi-kill player, you know what I mean? There are kind of different players in team fights and like the way they play. And I believe Shiki is one of them that is looking for that reset or that chain kills and popping off in team fights. He also has champions that are very good at it, like Nyla and Samira.
Yeah. He's a hype player. He's really spicy, and actually, I think this bot lane matchup is going to be really cool. And for his opponent, Jeremy, I know he's sort of been seen as the Seraphine OTP in the regular split, but definitely a player that can hold his own. He's very proficient on the Caitlyn, so do not rule him out against Shiki, just because he's been on the Seraphine most of the time. But
yeah. Absolutely no. I think Yomi, exactly. The thing is that he has changed a little bit his playstyle to match up against these aggressive AD carries, like Sanix in the series before, like Ghost as well, one of the best ADCs in this playoff series. And finally he meets up with Shiki Orin in the finals, and I believe that his long range adaptations that he has made in past few series are going to be huge. Also, big thing that I believe that Dolly 5 has as the advantage is Jesse's adaptability. We saw when we saw them play against Vitagen before, Jesse matched every single one of Loco's in heavy engaged champions with kind of like anti-engaged tank, like that champion that wants to fight even more. I think he picked Set into Loco, which is, I think, brilliant pick for Dolly 5, as that champion wants to rumble and wants to fight, and if you're gonna engage on him, he's gonna possibly solo kill your AD carry. And we also saw him absolutely play a different meta against Kakapo where he played almost only enchanters. So I'll see what he can do, and I think we're going into the draft, so we will get a lot of answers right now.
Yes, we will be going into the draft, and we have started. Are we going through this one, boys, or is
we're staying here.
Yeah, okay, we'll be staying here. All right, guys. Instantly, the Nyla ban is out. They do not want Shiki Orin as comfort, and similarly, Dolly 5 do not want Jeremy to be picking up that Seraphine. So, I think we can expect something spicy as a B1 Vitagen. If you are Vitagen here, what are you prioritizing?
Milio.
Yeah, mostly the Millie, but also like three very, very specific bands coming out with the Ivern, which is a top lane pick for the Vitagen, and Seraphine, and Ichi's Giga Chad champion as well. But B1 Kaisa, Caliber, is this AD carry that good right now?
Now, Kaisa is in a pretty decent spot if she gets the matchup she needs in the lane. It's gonna be a bit harder. But the Kaisa first pick from Vitagen is kind of a sign to just start up this best of 5 with a different mentality, because normally people would just ban the Kaiser against Shiki, because Shiki is known for this Kaiser pretty much. And Vitagen just being like, well, right from the get-go, we can play the AD carries, you guys can play, and we're gonna win with them even against such calibers as Shiki Orin. And now we just have to see what Shiki Orin can answer to that.
Oh, and that's the Aphelios, guys. If you have been keeping up with the LEC, or I mean, just even U.GG, you know the power of the Aphelios right now. Probably one of the best champions utilizing the new item changes. He can run the Kraken Slayer and utilizes things like the Gale Force really well. So I think, yeah, fantastic pickup into the Kaiser. And I wanted to say, Maokai is open. This is Dutch's bread and butter. Swain is open, which is very good for Ichi, but there's an Akali early pick here. Do we know anything about this potentially being a flex pick?
I don't think so. I think it is D.Wow's Akali. He just blind picks it into Ichi, not respecting any kind of answer that they could give for the Akali. And is Akali one of those static shift champions as well, Adrian?
Actually, potentially is. So I think Akali utilizes things like Static Shiv and Lichbane pretty well because of your empowered auto attacks. You don't have the same effect as like a LeBlanc or an Ari or a Victor, but I think it is solid. It's decent, and if you are mechanically proficient on the champion, which I definitely think D.Waza is, then you can make it extremely powerful, and you can utilize the damage playing around your auto attack weaves and your passive to maximize your damage output with that new build. But Ichi on the Swain, I would say Swain is one of those champions who's probably like not too bothered about the static shift damage. What he is bothered by is the wave clear. Swain isn't you can't compare Swain's wave clear to the likes of an Oriana or a Syndra. He does take a little bit more time to clear out the waves, so something like a static shift to push him in. And we've seen what Swain, what happens to Swain when he's just shoved in permanently in the lane. He can't run around to the side lanes. He can't run around for roams. He can't even, a Swain habit is to run into the river, drop a W into the side lane just to create some pressure. He won't even be able to do that. So yeah, if he runs the static shift build, that will be one of the issues for the Swain.
I got a small question. Is Neko enabled?
Nico should be enabled if
I believe it is. Yeah, I believe Nico is enabled. And we also see the Milo pick coming in here. Very, very strong pick here. As you said, Caliber, you expected that to be the first pick. Went all the way to R3. So yeah, very interesting. And a lot of respect to Loco's champion pool. Both of his very, very strong engaged champions banned out in the second ban phase. And I believe we're going to see this. Oh, but support will going to be last. Rumble coming in.
Yeah, that's the Rumble going in, and you can assume that's running into top lane, and I think right now the Dolly 5 draft is looking really, really strong. And the reason I say that is because Jarvan wants to go in. He wants to go in a particular line. That Cataclysm is made to lock in the Aphelios with the Swain. But with the Rumble ultimate, he puts down the red carpet. You're actually in a worse position. So I really like the Rumble pick, and I believe, counter pick will be given over to the jungle, not traditional. But yeah, unless this is Rumble in the jungle, who knows? But yeah, we see the Nautilus Kai'Sa picked up. That is a common pairing. What I will say, Milio is a fantastic champion against the likes of Jarvan with and the likes of Nautilus, because you can interrupt their engage. So going with that could be potentially risky. As we see the Olaf picked up from Ant. The composition from Vitagen is strong. It is built to kill this Aphelios. This composition, the main goal, pop your ultimates and run in and kill people. But we see the Olaf, the Garen locked in. Shout out to you, Linus, the article writer, and also top laner for Milan. But yeah, shout out to Linus because he loves the Garen. But the Garen is locked in, so Rumble will be going into the jungle, and yeah, this is a banger of a game to kick this series off.
I can't wait. Then it's a Rumble in the jungle, right? And
Rumble in the jungle.
Top lane, yeah, that's something I did not expect at all. But yeah, I believe Garen is a counter pick against Olaf. Olaf at his best when he's on low HP, right? And Garen executing champions on low HP. So coming in with the counter pick, definitely gonna be a tough task for Ant in top lane.
Very tough task, and I think, yeah, as you said perfectly, Olaf likes to be on that low HP. He gets the lifesteal. That's kind of the Olaf playstyle. You bring yourself down to low HP, you get extra stats, extra attack speed, and you can make these outplays. But Garen, he'll just press R on you. I guess the only issue with the Garen is you don't do too much outside of that. You don't provide much for the team. But in a similar sense, if Olaf gets behind in the early game, I've seen Olaf get behind in early, and it genuinely feels like you don't have a top laner on your team. So that is a very big issue if he does fall behind. On top of that, I think just breaking down the two squads, Vitagen have a setup where they want to group up together, they want to play as a unit, and I think that is their strength. We look at Dolly 5, you have Akali that wants to go side lane, you have Garen who wants to sit on side lane, you have Rumble, Melia, and Aphelios that will take over that mid lane, so you have a 1-3-1 setup, and that completely counters the team composition of Vitagen. So I really like the Dolly 5 draft. It's a bit chaotic and it's very messy, but it will cause issues for Vitagen if executed well.
No, I really have to say I like this draft approach from Vitagen in game one, because we kind of have a switch of styles here, as Vitagen just went for this short range aggressive AD carry, which Shiki is known for, as I already mentioned, and we're pretty much just going up to Dolly 5, taking their breakfast money and trying to get away with it right here, drafting a comp that looks like it could just be from Dolly 5. Kai'Sa, Nautilus, or all the bot lane are gonna be the thing to play around. If this Kai'Sa gets rolling, I think it's gonna be really hard for Dolly 5 to stop it.
Yeah, gonna be really tough. I mean, as you said, it is dependent on this Kai'Sa getting ahead. Personally, I think picking Kai'Sa this early in the draft is never a good thing, because what you have now is you've got a situation where the enemy team can literally be like, all right, Fearless was open, you've gone for the Kai'Sa, I will go for the Fearless instead. They've got an Akali now that, you know, it can genuinely one-shot the Kai'Sa. And looking at the Vitagen squad, yes, it's reliant on the Kai'Sa, and yes, if the Kai'Sa does get ahead, it's going to be really hard for Dolly 5. But outside of the Kai'Sa, Swain isn't the highest damage dealer. Swain is more of a, you know, crate setup, crate chaos, be a bit chunky, but you're not going to one-shot anyone. Similarly on the Olaf, I mean, especially into this match, you're not going to one-shot anyone either. So there's a lot of reliance on this Kai'Sa to get ahead early, and I feel like if it doesn't, that's going to be big problems for Vitagen going into mid and late game team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Dolly 5 has really thrown a lot of curveballs in this draft and have come in really prepared, knowing where they can actually blind their solo laners, knowing where what champions they should pick up, and answering to everything Vitagen has been throwing at them in this first draft. And yeah, but for Vitagen, they have drafted this death ball type of comp. They're just around together. When the first one goes in, everybody goes in. Even Kai'Sa just can go in, because if she's not gonna go in, she's gonna be left alone in the backline. Yeah, we will see if it works out. I believe if this Aphelios can get to enough items, if he can get like Bloodthirster, if he can get his 3 items and the Milo shields and the Milo ult, I don't think he's getting killed by the side of Vitagen.
Well, I also think that Vitagen is gonna use this first game to kind of test the waters in these best of 5, because you can approach a best of 5 series like this. You can try something out in game 1. If it doesn't work, you can go back to your bread and butter. But I feel like this Kai'Sa first pick is probably argued by the assumption that they think Shikioran does not play any of these big Kai'Sa lane counters, that he doesn't play stuff like the Caitlyn, the Varus, and all these long-range AD carries, and Verphelios is kind of doing the work though for them, so it's gonna be a very hard game for Vitagen to play.
Yep, very hard game indeed, but I think, I mean, if we think about the SLE, I think a lot of strengths of teams come in comfort, and I have to say, Vitagen are on their comfort. You know, you have HE Swain, you have Dutch Jarvan, you have Loco Nautilus. So I think, yeah, me and Mikus both know, and you might know as well, Caliber, but this league is literally, if you are on your comfort, you have that advantage of being comfortable on the champion that you use. You will be able to play it to the maximum capacity. And we've even seen cases where someone picks champions that they are extremely good at, doesn't make sense in the composition, they get a bit outdrafted, but that doesn't really matter because you are playing the champion to the best of your capabilities. So, yeah, Vitagen are on the comfort. I have to say Dolly 5 definitely on comfort picks as well. Can't really comment on the Rumble or the Garen, but yeah, I'm very excited to see this. So yeah, predictions, guys. Who's going to take this game?
Go ahead, Calvert. You go first.
Well, it's really hard for me to go against my ex-top laner playing my ex-signature pick, so I'm gonna have to say Vitagen.
No, I'm not in agreement with Calvert this time. I believe Dolly has drafted themselves a very, very strong comp. I think they have counter picks in many angles. I think like almost every single champion of the side of Dolly 5 counters Vitagen's squad in some way or another, and I believe they're gonna take this game 1.
So what next?
I think, I feel like Dolly 5's draft is so chaotic, and Vitagen are that team that have so much experience that this potentially will throw them off their game a little bit. I think if this Olaf can survive the Garen matchup, then I think Vitagen will take it. But I just feel like Garen's just so easy to play into the Olaf. As soon as you hit 6 with the ultimate, you can kill Olaf pretty much at any point. So yeah, just based off that, I think D5 will take it. Yeah, and guys, we are 1 minute away from going into game, and there's a lot of hype around these two teams. There are star-studded players all across the board. We have Wowzer on the Akali, we have Itchy on his Swain, Dutch on his Jarvan, both teams going at it first game, and they're not holding anything back. And both of us know, like, everyone on the desk knows how important that game one in a series is, because it gives you a little bit of a buffer. It gives you some comfort going into the next game, knowing that if you win the next one, you're basically on match point. So yeah, this is a big one. Game one is super important, and yeah, I'm really hyped. And is this the Shikior Penta? He is on the Aphelios, you know.
Maybe, who knows?
Who knows? Who knows?
The Infernum ult pentakill.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's also kind of like playing against a team that like kind of chunks up. You know what I mean? If he can get like his red and blue guns together, just ult everyone with the blue gun and then just spray and pray all over them, channeling random Twitch on Aphelios, and yeah, I think this might be the game where he can go for a pentakill, but I hope he got some cut down in runes, and I hope he will go for an early LDR.
Yeah, early LDR indeed. And actually, speaking of taking cut down, Akali is, not the best assassin into tanks, but I think in this game, actually, we'll have a solid time. So, I mean, or at least if I was the Akali, I think there's a lot of key targets that you could focus down. But we'll see how that goes, as you said. And guys, we are going to toss it over to the casters. Take over game one.
And we are in, ladies and gentlemen. Sandbag, it's begun.
It has indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game one of Vitagen versus Dolly 5. As my co-caster Desa did say, I am Sandbag, once again hitting the desk with the guiding light to this absolutely chaotic series. And Tobataco already running for the hills away from this Swain. There is so much to do, so much to say, setting the tempo early on, but I know you and I had so much behind stage to try and get ready for this with picks all over the place. So I'm going to throw it to you to try and work through what is on my screen, starting with this Rumble. Where are we even going here, Dessa?
So I like the word that the analyst desk used. They used the word chaotic, and that is exactly what I think of when I'm seeing the comp of G5. We already talked about it previously, like you said, before the game started. We have a Rumble, we have an Akali. These champions are known for just creating absolute chaos, just jumping in between fights, in between champions on your backline. And Shikiorin on this Aphelios, I don't see a way for him to leave these team fights. You're fighting up against Jarvan, you're fighting up against a Nautilus, a lot of things to take you out. So far, it does look like a pretty standard start from all teams, and taking a little bit of a beating up in the top lane. Toba does have that regen out of combat, which does mean that he should get most of his health back, if not all of it. So far, runes as well, looking pretty standard for both teams. Obviously, first strike on Burger Flipper does give you that added burst damage, and Ant is gonna have to go big this game, because this Olaf has a good way of getting into the enemy team. Obviously, Rumble, with his big AoE damage, could find himself in a little bit of hurt if it does come down to it. If he has to run through a red carpet, yes, you won't get slowed, but the damage is still there. You know, even if the CC isn't, it is still a lot of burn damage coming out of Burger Flipper, especially once he gets some items under his belt. AP items being very strong at the moment as well does just sort of mean that you can get a lot of value out of this Rumble. Vitagen's comp as well on the other side. Just press R, just go in, as already Dutch is making his way down to the bot lane.
He is indeed. He will be spotted out by that ward, and I was so ready to load into this game saying, okay, we're going to be really setting the tone early on. It's a lot of known commodities here as Tobataco getting the worst end of the trade. Of, Shiki Orin, of Dutch, of Itchy, of all these players that you know and love so well, familiar faces. And then they came out, slammed this draft, and all sort of like preparation that I had been doing beforehand got chucked out the window at the very beginning with Jomi first picking Kaisa. Like from that point on, it's the wild, wild west out here. These two teams early on digging deep into the bag of tricks.
You can't predict teams like these. Vitagen and D5 are both teams that like to flip it around sometimes, and as Burger Flipper might be flipping something here, but not gonna be finding anything but a lost Cuddle Crab, as Dutch is gonna pick that one up. Gonna try and make his way onto the top side as well. Gonna try double crab. Burger Flipper here. Could see some contesting, but I feel like an early game fight is the last thing D5 wants, being up against an Olaf, Jarvan, and Swain. Very, very dangerous champions on the top side early into the game, especially and being so strong. Running Conqueror as well likes these extended fights on Aphelios, like mentioned on desk. The lower the Olaf gets, the more damage he gets as well. And Gary not being 6 yet means that even how low you get cannot execute on that ultimate quite yet. And so far, we did see on the desk a Vitagen favored sort of draft prediction. Most of the desk did say that Vitagen won this draft, but I'm gonna be honest, for me, I definitely agree. I feel like Cheeky Orange just doesn't get to live. He doesn't get to play the game. Like we talked about this before, Sandbag. He just gets pressed. They just press R on him and run him down, and he just dies every team fight.
Yeah, even through Flash, you're... So we were kind of thinking about it this way. Shiki Orin steps out for a singular auto attack onto the Swain. He then gets depth charged, he then gets eyed by the Swain, he gets pulled by the Swain, he then gets put in that Cataclysm, and then wailed on by the ult-in from Jomi. There is no outplaying that at the end of the day. Those are point-and-click spells that when chained together, unfortunately, Shiki Orin, I fear, is going to be either standing so far back he can't look for some of those crazy 200 years of gameplay, or he's going to be looking at a gray screen anytime that this combination of Dutch and Loco decide that it's his time. As Tobataco forced to flash away, the ghost still ticking from Ant. One more Q will do it, and the undertow bringing the hammer down early. Ant with the solo bolo in the top lane.
It took 6 minutes for the first kill to come through, and it was a solo kill in the top lane and finding that level 6. Tobataco did not see it coming, as Burger Flipper could be in some hot stuff here.
He is in some real danger here. Already expended the flash, the Swain to yank him in, and the Q to finish him 2-0 to the side of Vitagen in the river.
Burger Flipper a little bit in no man's land right there, as it is gonna be D5 potentially losing the first dragon, Hextech dragon as well for the side of Vitagen. Trying to start the dragon stacking very early. Should be no point of contention whatsoever on the side of D5. Burger Flipper getting caught in the bottom river means this is going to be a free Drake for the side of Vitagen. Chemtech Drake will be the next one up, and already Vitagen finding these leads all around the map, and with a beautiful solo kill to start things off, popping the Ragnarok. Tobataco tried to expand his flash a little early as well to try get away from the slow of the axe, but nothing you can do when you've got an angry Viking who you cannot stop running straight at you. The hook does land, but Shikiorin gonna find himself in a little bit of healing.
He does have that cozy campfire to huddle around, even though it was a nice little hook out of Loco. It didn't amount to very much. He was also trying to fight through the waves, so that Q from the Kaisa would have been dispersed itself, meaning it is continuing the status quo down here in the bot lane. And the longer that Aphelios Melio are able to hold the line into this very, very aggressive Vitagen bot lane, I feel like the more and more comfy they would get, no?
Definitely looking for the scaling on the side of the bot lane, on the side of D5, like you said. Could be a solo kill in the midnight.
In some trouble, forced to flash away from the Demon Flare, paying respect to the damage Itchy has available. And it is already Solo kill in the top lane. It is Dutch getting early move in the jungle, and now Itchy expending sums. The whole top side really came to play for Vitagen.
Vitagen topside fighting, big value in the solo lanes. Herald started up as well. Gonna be a 2v3 for the moment, at least for the side of D5. Was making his way over as well.
Loco is that X Factor. The Equalizer is dropped and doing huge damage to the side. 3 versus 4, and they're liking their chances. Loco caught between a rock and a hard place as yes, he's going to find him, but Dutch forced to flash in the wrong direction. He will be slain by Wowza, and one more shuriken flip forwards. Loco still has flash. He can continue to walk his way out. He will not be falling, and a nice little disengage from Itchy's pull means that he doesn't even have to expend that.
Vitagen just couldn't find a solid 5v5 and tried to look for more.
Toba Taco gets the hammer brought down on his head in the Toba Taco Q. D-Wowza slays the Viking where he stands. Nice move from the mid laner, and they're able to pull something back. D5 looking to finish this objective in Loco's face.
A little bit of a confusing move from Ant, at least for my side, but Dutch is back!
Burger Flipper is going to be able to smite this one away, claim up the Eye of the Herald, and the 3-man group hold hands and exits stage left as some fireworks pre-10 minutes. And this is what we were hoping for, setting the grand finals off in exactly the right tone.
This is the finals we wanted as we take a look at the replay here. And like I said, Vitagen just couldn't find the 5v5. Ragnarok popped really early here, means that Ant just couldn't get back in. Toba Taco having that ultimate available, if he jumps in, gets executed, but the Cataclysm was so big, but just no damage to follow up Itchy, no ultimate, no mana, nothing you can do as the Swain, and then Loco just finding himself within 3 members. Luckily does end up getting out, but it is a very favorable trade for the side of D5, and this is what we're talking about. If you can create some dispersion in teamfights, if you can make it chaotic, it definitely favors the side of D5. And with Wowza picking up those early kills, being 2-0 already, it is the static shiv coming through. Even on melee champions, even on these AP assassins like the Akali, static shiv still reigns complete supremacy.
Static Shiv in every lane, in every role, at every point in time on this patch, meaning it is going to be continuous over and over and over again. We see more and more of it. And so, interestingly enough, we see more moves here. Burger Flipper standing on that blast cone, but they will not pull the trigger as the bot lane of Vitagen recall themselves.
And taking a look at the gold as well, I would love to see the mid lane difference if we can take a look at the solo player gold as well. And there's actually no difference. It is complete dead even on the mid lane, but this bot lane, Jomi, despite finding that early kill still being up by 700 gold. Like you said, already Sandbag, static shiv in every lane, finishing up that first item as well on the Kai'Sa. Cole half stacked here, so not far off of that either. And so far, it has been the solo lanes of Vitagen. We were talking about this earlier as well before the game started. They just have such strong solo lanes, but Loco
Forced to use his dredge line defensively, and the depth charge to follow it up. Burger Flipper's gonna flash away. The Cataclysm will follow him, and where he stands, he will drop. The Equalizer will not be enough, but Ant's TP is in from the flank, and he's gonna rip the bot lane apart. D5 cannot stand in the face of the rampaging Viking, and 3 fall here. Vitagen claiming themselves up a Drake.
And this is the team fights Vitagen want. If they can find these early picks and TPing in as well, just to absolutely make sure that they win that team fight, as we have never mind, it's a cloud, so I was gonna get all excited. But as we take a look at the replay as well, Burger Flipper going in a little bit too early. Cataclysm is so big. Jomi being able to jump in as well, and the anti-P finishing things off beautifully for the side of Vitagen. And unfortunately, like I said earlier, is a Cloud Soul not something that Vitagen wanted to see necessarily, as the Dragon stacking is favoring them at the moment. 2 already under their belt. Rift Herald popped into this mid lane. Gotta get some plate gold for Wowza, but and taking a little bit of a beating here could feel. I was expecting Wowza to go for that. I was really hoping he takes that, has the ultimate available as well, but doesn't want to give away too much gold, doesn't want to give away a potential gold lead over to Vitagen. But so far, it is looking like just the solo lanes of Vitagen are very strong. And this bot lane, 103 on the Kai'Sa, it is just gonna be D5 hunkering down. It should be them just trying to, like you said, find the scaling on the Aphelios. That's definitely gonna be what you're looking for, as Ichi's gonna find himself in the face of Wowz and an aggressive invade here on the side of D5.
Diving forwards, they have a 3 versus 2 right now. Ichi was forced to play backwards by D-Wowz's roam, and the ultimate from Garen instantly dunking down on the jungler's head. Dutch dead in his own jungle as Tobataco trading it out with Ichi. Throwing up that ultimate is the Swain, but D-Wowz is ready to take it back in. Flashing away, flash in from Ichi as he takes a 1v3, taking one with him, draining through the damage as best he can. He will die, but heroics from the mid laner to get something back. D5 are able to go for 1-3 here.
Such a good play from D5. Ichi immediately forced away, wanted to catch that mid lane wave. Tobataco and Wowzer just tearing up Dutch immediately before he gets anything done, and stuck in a 1v3 after that. And Ichi, luckily, finding himself a shutdown on the Akali, which means it's not complete disaster. As Bowser took a little bit of an aggressive somersault there, but ended up being shut down by Ichi as well. And with them finding that gold back, it does mean that the gold lead is only 400 for the side of Vitagen, as they might do some aggressive plays down bot lane.
Are poking around here. Dutch is looking to return the favor and invade Burger Flippers here as he dives forwards with the flag and drag combo, but immediately turned on by the bot lane. He's got to retreat back the way he came. No camp secured as the 3v3 is jungles plus bot get collapsed on by D-Wowza. Waiting for that combo out of Dutch to fly over the wall. Shiki Orin pops his ghost, throwing out the ultimate for just a little bit more damage, but the depth charge pops up 3. A beautiful disengage for the support of Vitagen, and they're able to stuff the advantage of the oncoming D5 tide.
Dutch goes in, Dutch goes out. At the end of the day, it will be just some ultimates traded for both teams. I would argue a lot more important ultimate for the side of Vitagen going down there. Death Charge being the main thing that we were talking about already that is gonna hurt this Aphelios. And that static ship wave clear is just so satisfying to see. All those caster minions just gone with one auto. And after that solo kill on the top lane, we have sort of seen things calm down. Tobataco has been playing a lot more passive on this Garen, and we already talked about it. Garen being a good pick into Olaf, not something we expected. There was a lot of surprised noises coming out of me and Sandbag before the game when Garen was locked in, but Tobataco trying to find a trade here, and is just gonna do a little bit of damage, gonna walk away as Dutch making his way up towards the top side.
The double stride breaker is just such a funny interaction. It's the two dudes running at each other at like half a meter per hour with the double slow here. But Burger Flipper proto-belting forwards, trying to push Dutch back. D-Wowza and Yese teaming up, meaning they have themselves a 3 versus 2 temporarily. Keep your eyes on that Swain roam though. Once he arrives, he can swing it as Tobataco slays the Olaf in the top lane. Once again, equalizer thrown out. Cataclysm as Dutch is forced to flash away from his own structure. And now the Garen has arrived. Smite goes the way of Dutch, but the team fight's flipping the other direction. Burger Flipper with the overheat, putting the shots in. Tobataco will die as Loco on a sliver of HP must run from Shiki's re-engage. Yesade with 1 HP of his own. Jomi flashing in to pick up the Qs. And it feels like the AD carry of D5 was just a hair late to the party, turn it into a 3v3 objective going to Vitagen's way.
It is a complete disaster for the side of D5, and as we take a look back here, it all started with Tobataco solo killing Ant in the top lane, and Dodge forcing to flash out of his own Cataclysm, never ideal on the Jarvan, was picked up. Did they manage to pick up the Herald there on the backside, but Tobataco going down as well. Ichi was absolutely massive in this team fight, just draining and draining the side of D5. So far 2-1 on this Swain, 6 Rod of Ages tax, but we already see Dutch going back on the aggressive side as Dragon is gonna be spawning up here, and this is gonna be third Drake for Vitagen if they can secure it.
Third Drake is in the sights of Vitagen, but D-Wowza once again with the priority in the lane. It feels like Ichi has the team fights, but Wowza is able to push him backwards pretty much on command as we got ourselves a full 5 versus 5 setup. Loco holding the front line, Ant on the flank will be spotted by Yesa, and it just tapers out, trying to jockey for position and mid push.
No fight yet, but you can tell both teams want this Drake. Both teams posturing aggressively. It's gonna be started up here by the was on the side of Vitagen, but not being lowered on HP by either team. So on a razor's edge right now, waiting for the first engage to come through. Loco Hex Flash.
X-Flash, but Burger Flipper's now caught, gonna be pinched down by the jungler of his opposition. Tobataka will fall in the Cataclysm, and it is a snap engage from Vitagen, snapping down on 2 members of D5, and the fight is over before it starts. Dragon going to Vitagen.
Dragon going to Vitagen, gonna be the third dragon going to Vitagen, and it all started with the beautiful engage there from and finding the flank Wowza in the mid lane, gonna be looked on by Loco, but such a mobile champ on the Akali, he's in no trouble whatsoever as we take a look at the replay here, and like you said, snap judgment from the side of Vitagen and having the flank pressed his go button, popping Ghost, popping Ragnarok, cannot be CC, Cataclysm comes through and locks in them both. And it is just the comp of Vitagen coming together as we could have another fight here in the mid lane.
Wowza committing the ult, now siding in that smoke. He can flip forwards, but it is not onto a champion, meaning he doesn't have that long back in. Trying to look for a little more is Tobatako, but Vitagen happy with their prize. Shelly Crash in the mid lane, they're going to be dipping their way to safety.
And Vitagen taking a 2,000 gold lead here. Very decisive from them so far. And going back to what I was saying earlier, this is their comp coming to fruition. This is what we're talking about. You have the Jarvan, you have the Nautilus, you have the Olaf. They have the say when they fight. They have all the tools when it comes to this game. When compared on the side of D5, yes, you have the Rumble ultimate, but that's more of a zoning tool. You can't engage fights with that. And outside of Tobatako pressing Q, Stride Breaker and running at people, it is Vitagen who have all the tools to start these fights, and that's exactly what we were seeing. Just D5 having no way in on that bottom lane as Jomi is gonna find himself a Garen up in the bot lane, but again, the static Shiv. It's such a good item on these things like the Kai'Sa, on things like these AP champions. We can just literally right click the wave and it's immediately gone. Mostly we have Synthetic Shiv on these more roamy mid laners, things like the LeBlanc, things like the Ahri just allows them to move so much earlier into the game. But Kai'Sa is another very good user of it. The thing with Static Shiv is it has a very, very good build path. That's why people generally like it for AD carries. Noonquiver being a very good item, getting a lot of AD during that. Kai'Sa getting his evolve early as well. Did get a buff in the recent patch, does get more AD per level now, which has kind of been a big thing, especially for a champion like Kai'Sa with the Q evolve, means that you can get it a little bit earlier, which could just make the difference in some of the more mid-game fights. But Baron Vision is gonna be contested here on the side of Vitagen, and there's no one in D5 around. There's absolutely no one but Wowza up in that top side, trying to look for any picks he can. And if anyone dies here, on either side, it could be an immediate Baron. So both teams play very, very carefully. As I say that, Jomi makes an aggressive step towards that top side. Wowza is again hunting this Akali, trying to stay out of vision, trying to stay in the shadows, while in the bot side it is gonna be the top laners returning to their own roles, returning to the islands that they want. But as I say that, Ignite going down from Toba is gonna just burn the Viking a little bit, but as a Viking, you don't care. You know, you're so tough, you're so rough, that little fire has never hurt anybody. As Wowza is gonna be finding himself within 3 members here, but Sandbag, so far, I'm just expecting for either team to fight at any moment now.
At any moment, Dutch, Loco, even Itchy can pull the trigger in any time necessary. The problem is, and something we've touched on multiple times, have to hold that as D. Wowza's gonna get himself jumped on by 4, trying to hide in that smoke and buy as much time as possible. As his team reinforces, that smoke being such a big deal. Now the equalizer damage check onto Jomi, as he loses most of his health for drop down to 1/3 HP. But the problem is, Jomi can walk up with these steps. He can charge forwards, as Yesay trying to kick his way backwards, gonna be pulled in by Itchy Swain. And every time I try and touch on it, Yomi can walk up so aggressively because D5 can't instantly lock him down. D-Wowza once again hiding in the smoke. The opposite is true on the other side. Ultimate thrown out. So that is a big tool from Biwauza, playing with the space a little bit. But it feels like Jomi has so much more room, more space and ability to play, considering he can't just be instantly jumped on, something Shiki is not so fortunate to have.
And we, like you said, we talked about it. Aphelios not gonna have a good time at playing the game against the champions of Vitagen. And the reason D5 are so scared to start any sort of fight right now is because of the TP on and he's gonna get engaged here. Gonna have to
Ragnarok
pop
will
the
be
Ragnarok.
popped. It's going to continue to be a trade of spells here as Burger Flipper does lose his flash into the river. But Tobataco throwing out the Ignite, Ant throwing out the Ragnarok. These two top laners continuing to push and pull. But keep your eyes on this bot lane. It's not a battle for top lane supremacy. It's a battle for push. It's a battle for the first move. And now as this dragon spawns, first move seems to be favoring D5 as they started up.
Gonna be starting up the dragon here. This is a good fight for D5.
In from Biwauza, he's instantly jumping onto Jomi, but will be exhausted, will be knocked up. It's now going to be a matter of cleanup. Can Shiki find the damage on the other side? Ichi flashing in onto 2, able to find the pull on the most important target. And now the full engage from the might of Vitagen. They will tear this team fight apart. D5 pulled apart at the seams. Burger Flipper able to haul this play in by picking up the dragon just a hair. But it is still 4 men dead for 0. Vitagen coming up huge in the river.
Vitagen finds the fight. I am so sorry, D5. I didn't mean to curse you like that. I just saw Ant having no ultimate, Dutch having no ultimate, I felt like it could have been a good fight for D5, but gonna have the dragon picked up here on the side of Vitagen. And so far, like we said, again, Vitagen keeps fighting these engages. Baron gonna be picked up here as well. Toba trying to find a kill onto the mid lane there, but and so far has learned what happens if you overstep a little bit against Garen. As we take a look at the replay here, Wowza sort of engaging a little too early, no one around to help in the bot lane of D5, absolutely alone after the Akali dies. Jomi even flies into the backline to help Dutch clean up those kills, and Burger Flipper tried to find, he did actually find the Dragon Steel at the end, which does mean that Vitagen is not gonna have that Cloud Soul yet. I didn't even see that as well, so it's gonna get hooked here.
Wowza diving in, but finds only his own demise as Jomi goes godlike, and it's so, okay, let me walk this one back for just a moment. It's really easy to be like, OMG, D-Wowza trolling, XD, 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 XD. I see you, chat, I understand. But the problem is, they don't have any tools of their own. They really don't have a way to kick it off as Loco. This is the best opportunity that they have, but they have no instant CC. They find Loco in pure damage, but they are able to find 2. Dutch, when they pull themselves apart, right as I go and say they have no engage, they find one of their very own. Burger Flipper can be turned on by this Swain. And with the finally, the artillery has arrived. That's the best that you can possibly do, finding the bot lane instantly. And it's still a 2 for 2 in the extended trade.
That is the best look that we've had off D5 so far. The analyst desk being right here so far. Vitagen finding themselves an early lead, but it is gonna be so hard for D5 to play the game from here on out, because like we said, these late game team fights just don't favor them. It is all in the hands of Vitagen. This is Vitagen's game to lose and D5's game to win. Oh, sorry, the wrong way around. But, you know, you get what I'm trying to say here, as the Gromp is gonna be taken away as well. And so far, as the Baron did get picked up by Vitagen, but what they can do with it is another story. As we take a look at the replay here, and it all started so well. D5 immediately finding Jomi, Ignite went down as well as the Garen ultimate, but the turn, Dutch finding himself with Ichi there, the TP was clutch onto the flag, and this Swain is so unkillable. Look at his HP, no one can touch him. Cheeky Orange, he had red-white, those are the best guns you want for these team fights, and still can't do any damage to this Swain. 2 items, Rod of Ages completed as well. Realize picked up 3 items, sorry. Realize completely hiding from me there on those player items. And I would love to take a look at the gold quickly just to see how much he's ahead. And so, interestingly enough, he's not that far ahead of the Akali. He just has more team fight power as Burger Flipper. Looking for a little bit of a flank here, but Ichi sticking by the side of Jomi means you cannot find the Kaisa, and taking a chunk there up in the top lane.
Taking a a chunk, but now Toba Taco's the one on the run. The problem is, right now, at this exact moment in time, freeze and look at D5's engage tools. What is it? What is their hard engage tools?
None. They have
Zero.
none.
Legitimately,
There's
not a
nothing there.
singular hard engage tool. The way that they were able to find the fight in the mid lane was Grav Gun. They were able to find Purple Gun Aphelios to find their route. But without it, they have slows and flanks. Those are your only two opportunities to try and kick something off. And so you have to be so creative with this D5 comp. You either had to get it into this super scrappy split map state, or you need to get real creative and find ways to not front to back the Swain Olaf. Because if you're front to backing and diving into the waiting arms of the Swain, he is more than happy at 3 items to sit there, press his R key, and then remove his hands from the keyboard as you die to ambient damage without hard CC to chain him down. So it's going to be up to D5 to try and get creative, because absolutely, Vitagen, I think this is currently their game to win.
Definitely their game to win. I gotta find the engage of the
Lauren has no
Sikoran.
flash, he has no chance, and before the dragon can even be contested, the head of the snake has been cut off. Toba Taco able to find something in the side lane, maybe hauling this one in, but he's so far away, it's gonna have to be a pure steal here from Burger Flipper, as we see 6k HP. Jomi and Dutch burning this one down. Try and keep him out of the back of the pit if you possibly can, but it ends up being Dutch's smite true anyway. Burger Flipper knew he had to try and deny the ult with as best he possibly can, as Yesay, one more auto will do it. E in, and he will take out Yesay. Jomi's able to pick one up. Toba Taco gets the consolation prize, but it is Soul going over to Vitagen, and the scoreline continues to swing their way.
Cloud Soul picked up by Vitagen, and yes, Toba Taco keeps finding these leads in the side lane, but it's Vitagen with the team fight supremacy, and you can clearly tell that they know they can't win the 5v5. Toba Taco opting to go the whole breaker instead of these team fight items means that he is indeed going to be hunting alone on those side lanes. And Jomi, such a hard AD carry to kill on the Kai'Sa. We were talking about them need to find a flank, but even if they do, Zonius picked up here on Jomi, 10 on 1. You have so much self-peel, even if it's not local keeping alive, even if it's not Ichi, Dutch, anyone sort of peeling for you. You have the ultimate, you have the Zonius, you have exhaust, you have flash, you have all these tools to keep yourself alive that it is such a hard champion to kill. D5, I don't know what they do. They need to get creative, but I don't know if they can get creative enough to pull this back.
Rumble ult is their tool right now. With 9k left on the Baron, Rumble ult might be the way to try and cook them in the pit where they stand. As Burger Flipper is going to be zoned out by Itchy. 1k left. Dutch's smite is good once more. And now Itchy not quite ready to give it up yet. He's going to be walking Burger Flipper out the back. But as Toba Taco continues his one-man mission to wail on these structures, there is a world in which you overcommit to a crush at the base. You overcommit and you start chasing for kills. And all of a sudden the camera swings the opposite direction. So keep your eyes on this Garen in a team fight if he's able to get a little bit more done.
I would love it if we had a backdoor game 1 to finish it off, because that's what we were talking about on the analyst desk as well. And that's what we were talking about with Sandbag before the game, so would definitely be the script written in the stars if that were to happen, but it's gonna require a lot of work from Toba Taco, especially with Baron picked up here on the side of Vitagen. Those Baron recalls very difficult to split push into because it takes 4 seconds instead of 8, and suddenly the entire team could be there by your back as they're pressuring this top tier 2, sorry.
2 men strong trying to defend it RD5 in the face of 4 Vitagen members, so they're never going to be able to come up with anything there. Now that they've regrouped on their T3, they elect to just rumble, ult the wave, try and drain out the last of this Baron buff, and hold the line as best as they possibly can, but the Vitagen pressure is unending here.
Vitagen trying to find the team
SA is gonna
fight.
find himself on the business end of a dredge line, and his marksman dies a few feet away. Double kill going over to Jomi, and that's gonna be all she wrote. You have to imagine, unless Tobataku's got something up his sleeve. Itchy forced to flash away from Dwowza as a Cataclysm traps the Garen in the pit. Isolated, divided, and conquered. Vitagen is gonna continue wreaking havoc on the base. They ace D5, and without dropping a single member, Vitagen go up 1-0 in this best of 5.
Vitagen pick up game number 1, and what a dominant game from them as well. What answers do D5 has as we are gonna go over to the analyst desk to go over that game once more.
Hello.
Are we live?
We're live.
Okay.
Oh, welcome back, everyone. So that concludes a first game. Game 1 going over to Vitagen, and we stress the importance of that first game. You will now have that comfort going into the second one. But what a performance from the Vitagen squad. Specifically looking at Jeremy, a lot of praise for Shikiorin. A lot of people saying that this guy has momentum on his side, but 12 kill Kaiser definitely proving those Shikiorin fans wrong and showing up big time in that game.
It's not only the scoreline. I think Yomi outperformed Shiki in team fights. Shiki got caught so many times. I believe it was at least 5 times when he got just caught off at the early stages of the fight or before the objective. And Yomi solo killed him on the sideline. So complete ADC gapping we see in the game 1. I think D5 had their moments. They definitely kind of came back in a difficult game, in difficult situation. They had a better split push, better side lanes, but this Vitagen death ball was just too much for them to match.
Yeah, death ball indeed. And if we take a look at the start of the draft, I think we were saying the D5 draft, it looks nice and it definitely counters the, I guess, individual entities of the Vitagen draft, but Vitagen were on their comfort. This is their bread and butter. Itchy Swain. I mean, Jomi, I think not too renowned for the Kaiser, but had a great performance. You had Dotron as Jarvan, and just with that comfort, you saw how much confidence they had going into team fights. And compare that with Dolly 5, their team fighting was all over the place. You had Wowzer trying to look for backline, kind of misplaying a little bit, just kind of getting one shot as well, not being patient enough, not playing to the fact that Garen, Akali in side lanes are better side laners than a Swain and an Olaf. You had, we saw Tobataco on against Ant, and Ant was irrelevant this game. And they didn't utilize the strength of their side lanes. They opted into these big team fights against a death ball composition, and they paid the price for it. So, I think Dolly 5, what I would like to see going into the next game is either matching the death ball, going for a team fight composition, because as much as Vitagen had a hands down better team fight composition, some of the fights were close, and some of the fights were actually few milliseconds or moments away from going into the favor of Dolly 5. So I think if they choose to match them with that death ball composition, I could see a closer game. But yeah, I think Vitagen, they looked drilled, they looked very disciplined, fantastic performances from basically everyone, I would say, maybe outside of Ant. But yeah, great start to the series so far.
Ant had a good first minutes of the lane, but once Vitagen kind of made a couple of mistakes in that top side jungle around Rift Herald, I think that matchup was absolutely turned on its head, and Garen started to dominate that sideline, and we saw a lot of good sidelining at moments for D5. I think that could have been the difference maker. It could have been the winning recipe for them, but just too much getting caught. And I absolutely agree with the angle of matching the death ball for death ball. And another thing I want to see is the Swain ban. This champion is just too good in hands of Ichi. He's just moving in these team fights, proccing his ultimate and being so unkillable, yet dealing so much damage for a tank champion in reality. So I think if Valvza wants to maybe go more for like a maybe skill check Ichi, then he needs to ban the Swain, because on this Swain champion, Ichi is very difficult to skill check.
Yeah, very difficult, and I think the champion complements Ichi's strengths very well. And I have to say, it completely counters the playstyle of Wowzer, because you don't pick Swain to win your lane. You're a neutralizer champion. You pick this champion to be like, all right, listen, I think that I'm gonna be in a position where I need to control you. I need to make sure that you don't pop off. And Swain is one of the best champions for that. And on top of that, Ichi's so proficient on it that he can pull out ahead. And, you know, we saw potential, like, Wowzer had to blow Flash early on in the lane phase. That was almost a solo kill. So Ichi can't do that. And I think it's one of those champions that if you do not play the champions that can punish the Swain, I'm thinking like the Orianas, the Cassios, the Izirs. If you don't play this champions, you need to ensure that Ichi does not take it, because, he's very, very good on the champion, and I think not just him, but Vitagen play extremely well around Ichi Swain. So yeah, I think we are going to be heading into the draft for the second game. And personally, what I would like to see is I would like to see Shiki Orion on a champion where he can move around a bit more. I feel like he's not the best on champions like Aphelios. I think one of my criticisms of him is his positioning at times. It is quite like, you know, frontline, like a melee range ADC, right? And I think that's why he's good on Samira, he's good on Nyla, but on these picks like Aphelios where it's like it's all about positioning. If you watch Ruler, for example, he stays just on auto attack range. You know, he weaves in and out, and you know, he, I guess, postures basically perfectly, and that's how you bring the most out of the champions like that. Whereas I think Shiki's more of a get in your face, throw people off guard, play aggressive kind of ADC, and I want to see him on something like that. So yeah,
we see the adaptation coming in already, the Swain ban coming in from Dolly 5, and they do not want to give Ivern to Vitagen, as Ant is a very good player on top lane. Adrian, is this still a top lane, even on Dolly 5 side, or do you see it going somewhere else?
So actually, Ivan right now, if anyone knows or has played against us recently, Daisy's extremely strong. Probably one of the strongest champions in the game. Not Ivan, Daisy. Daisy is one of the strongest champs in the game. Vitagen gone for the Kaiser again. Great performance from him. But yeah, like Ivan's really powerful. You can essentially send Daisy to war, pop your shields in him, get AoE slows and all that. So yeah, I feel like it's a flex pick. You wouldn't pick it this early if it wasn't for a flex pick. And it's really good actually into a champion like Kaiser, because Kaiser's kind of acts like a bit like an assassin ADC. Also, you know, Daisy can just chase. I don't know if anyone's seen the speed of Daisy, but yeah, I like this Ivan pick. I like the answer from Kaiser, from Vitagen with the Kaiser Maokai. And it seems like Vitagen, throughout the split, they've gone for these 1 or 2 picks per player, maybe outside of Jovi, but they seem to have found an identity and they've stuck with it. So Kaiser Maokai will be in their hands. And as we said, we want to see Shiki on a champion like Samira, where he can play aggressive, and well, there you go.
Here it is, and also it's a very, very good champion against a lot of low-cost picks. The 360 Windwall can't block the hook champions. Hooks coming in from local. And the Rengar paired with Ivern. We got some spice today.
Yeah, we got some spice indeed. Now, I mean, everyone knows how this combo works. You set up a bush, Rengar can jump. But yeah, this is very interesting. I have to say, because you don't traditionally pick Rengar into Maokai, regardless of where you put the Rengar, essentially, because Maokai drops saplings in basically every bush in the rift. The Rengar wants to be in the bushes, so kind of contradicts that. But I guess if Ivan puts his own bushes, you don't really have to worry about that. What this does mean is that this Ivan can go anywhere now. It can go mid, it can go top lane. I assume this Rengar is going to be in the jungle, but Yeah, so Ivan will either be sent to mid or top. I would love to see Wowzer play like sort of like a supportive enchanter style. So yeah, we'll see how that one goes. We see Akali and Zed banned, so the Iron Flex is, you know, Vitagen have snuffed that out for the top lane, but you know, again, we're not sure. We don't know if this is mid or top. Yeah, interesting draft so far, isn't it? Also,
Yeah, there's
what's the
pick missed. I believe it's Rel, because right after they missed the pick, the Rel showed up on the ban. So I think it's Rel there on R3 for Vitagen, but we're yet to see. Yeah, it is. We have confirmation that it is, and lots of anti-mobility champion bans by the side of Dolly 5. What are they gonna pick? We're not just sure, but I believe it's gonna be an assassin coming in from the side of Wowzer.
It could be, and I think so I feel like right now the tools that Dolly 5 have with the Samira against the likes of Maokai and Kai'Sa is so powerful, because actually Samira W can block the entire Maokai ultimate, so that's really nice. Also, I mean, we all know Ivan Rengar, we've already talked about that. The Jace has come out from Vitagen. This is a flex pick. I know both Itchy and Ants play that. So yeah, draft so far is pretty spicy. There's Alessandra. I mean, yeah. So this kind of spells Ivan going into the top lane. I would say Alessandra is a very, very strong pick as well. Nice setup, and it seems like the Dolly 5 composition right now is going to revolve around the Rengar Samira jumping in and playing aggressive. There's going to be a lot of setup. Yeah. Oh, wait. What? Okay, Ivan support. Whoa.
Wait a second.
Wait.
Let me wrap my wait.
Okay.
Champion is going support. Is it Ivan?
It has to be Ivan, right?
Or wait. I'm so confused. But what I do know is that D5 is doing exactly what we asked for, and they are making a death ball comp.
Yeah, they are indeed. I was just thinking it could be Rengar top, Sejuani jungle, but then no, but then, okay.
No, it's a Rengar jungle, right? It's Burger Flipper. It's one of his champions, right?
Yeah. All right. Anyway, this draft is real confusing, and obviously Dolly 5. I don't know if they're playing to the camera, but they've drawn all of our attention to their draft. We haven't even had a second to break down the Vitagen draft. They've gone for the missing pick as well. So it's Renekton, Maokai, Jace, Kai'Sa, and Rel. I think this is quite an interesting composition, mainly because you have Jace Renekton, who play aggressive in lanes, but you are kind of against Sejuani Rengar. Sejuani Rengar can set each other up really, really well, and I can imagine Ivan is going to be roaming around with the Rengar. So, I mean, wait, I don't even know if Ivan's so. It's hard to break this down, but yeah, Vitagen are on the comfort. As we've seen many times, Renekton actually a really good champion in the meta right now, being picked quite a lot in LEC and has shown. I mean, don't think he's got the best win rate, but that does look pretty unkillable at times if you can get that gold drinker in. But yeah, the D5 draft looking very, very spicy. But I will say, outside of the Rengar Samira, there isn't too much damage coming in, so that is one threat for them.
I mean, yeah, but on the same time, Vitagen is stacking up very, very AD heavy comp. I believe, yeah, I think Sejuani, if she can go for multiple armor items, can be quite unkillable in this matchup as well. And I think like other champions could go for some armor items inside of Dolly 5. And again, I really, really like what Dolly 5 has picked. And we see, I think, yeah, it looks like it's going to be Sejuani top lane and Rengar in the jungle. So that answers the question.
Yeah, okay. So, Rengar and jungle, Sejuani top. Yeah, I think Dolly 5. I can't wait to watch this game, and all eyes on Burger Flipper, because he's got the Rengar Ivan combo. If you're Vitagen here, the one thing that you definitely will have to look out for is these fights being pure chaos. You have a draft that can benefit off chaos because Jason Renekton can look for flanks, Kaisula can jump in with the ultimate, Makai can just facilitate everyone, drop saplings. But yeah, this is gonna be a crazy game. What I will say is I think scaling I will have to hand over to Vitagen just because of the Kaiser Maokai. Also, Jace is pretty. I mean, at least I know Jace isn't known or doesn't have the reputation as a big scaling champion, but I actually think Jace is decent in late game. So you have that as well. But of course, Dolly 5 in the early game, you can expect crazy aggression coming out from basically all fronts. You have Sidrani who sets up the Rengar, Ivan in the bot lane who sets up the Rengar as well. Samira wants to get ahead. Samira, once you get that Serrated Dirk in, you are so powerful. So I think it's just a case of can D5 build a strong enough lead to put them in a position to snowball the game.
Yes, indeed, absolutely. Quite lots of surprises from the side of D5. For me, the main question is: have they practiced?
My
this?
headset has died by now.
Oh, okay. Have they practiced this? Is it something that they've been working on? Because if it is, I really like it. It's creative. It takes picks away from Vitagen. They even go through the draft banning some anti-mobility champions like the Talia and Poppy, making the game much easier for Rengar. Yeah, if this might be an absolute star performance for Burger Flipper. He has the team around him. He has an AD carry that can follow up him. He has a team that can shield him, can give him some extra CC and jump in together with him. So if D5 is gonna win, I think it's gonna be on the back of Burger Flipper. But yeah, we'll see. I definitely like Samira much more for Shikiorin. And it's a funny story. Shikiorin used to be known for like tricking two champions, Samira and Nyla. Very similar champions actually, both of them. And in season 3, those were the two crutches for Eternal Blizzard. But they were struggling so much in the regular season of that SLE tournament, that SLE season, and once they decided to just pick one of those two champions for Shikiorin, they managed to put up some victories and remain in the contention for the SLE regular season playoff spot. And I believe that it was actually the thing that secured it at the end. But yeah,
Shikiorin. I think Samira is one of his best champions, one of my favorite champions in his arsenal. And I think, as you mentioned, Burger Flipper, this is the game for him. He had a decent game. He wasn't poor in the last game on the Rumble. He had some great ultimates, but it was sort of just the draft wasn't in his favor, and a few team fights went out of their way. Vitagen got too many Drakes, but I think Burger Flipper, a player that we've seen more than capable to take this game over. But guys, if we take a look at the scoreline, it is 1-0 in the series for Vitagen, which means if they win this next game, they will be going to match point, series point, and SLE title winning points. So, and if we talk about the stakes that this game has, you have players all across the board that want this title. I've been gunning for this title for so long, and yeah, I mean, this is a banger of a series in my opinion.
Yeah, it has been already a banger, and game 1 was actually so interesting at lots of times, and I think it went back and forward. I think both 2 inhib turrets was taken by the side of D5, but they lost eventually. This game, again, I like the creative draft by them. I like the counter tools that they have drafted themselves. I like the adaptations that the D5 has made. And I hope it's not a curse, but I'm going to predict them to take this game as well as the last one. How about you, Edith?
Yeah, well, I think, personally for me, I want D5 to win because this comp is crazy. What I will say, actually, going off the last game, not specifically into these two teams, as a whole, but going off the last game, Vitagen did kind of struggle against Dolly 5's aggression. I think at points they were sucked into these crazy fights, and I would say this time around their draft is even crazier. So if history repeats itself and Vitagen kind of fall into this trap, like I don't know if you remember that fight in Blue Buff where they forced the Dutch and Ant to go into a 2v3, and then they forced Swain to follow after, and they fell down. If they can get situations like this, I really believe that they could take over the series.
Let's give it to casters.
Yeah.
And we are finally into game number 2, Sandbag, and what a draft.
What a draft indeed. The first cook was fired, he was immediately removed, and someone far spicier was launched immediately in. It'll be a 5-man stack here for Vitagen. Game 2 underway, and it is living up to the expectations set by Game 1, I have to hope.
Hopefully, as already Jomi forced to back away. And it's gonna be Vitagen getting the early aggression on the bot side jungle now. Talking a little bit more about these drafts, as I'm waiting for either team to pull trigger here, but it just look like Vitagen is gonna walk away with the vision. But going a little bit into these two drafts, definitely some cooking going on. I feel like somebody got in a Michelin star chef because we have an Ivern, we have a Rengar, we have a top lane Sejuani, like we have a Jace mid, like all these champions wanna play aggressive. I'm predicting for this game that it's gonna be either team getting ahead like pre-15 minutes, and that's just gonna be the game. Because with champions like Jace, with champions like Rengar, if you get ahead, you can just tear up the rift.
I think, like it was touched on in the desk, Burger Flipper is going to be the name of the game. If Rengar is ahead, he will remove Jomi from the face of Summoner's Rift with the swiftness, but from behind, he provides one single-man route, and then that is just a cat with a headband on. It's pretty poor to try and play from behind, so trying to get this combination movement up early. Eyes on Burger Flipper, and his early pathing will certainly determine this. Are you putting a 10-minute timer on it? 15? What did you say it was?
I said 15.
15 minutes? Okay,
Yeah.
so at the 15-minute mark, gold lead will be the winner, and the game will end at 15. We won't play this one out. It's not till Nexus explodes. It's just at 15 minutes. The gold lead. It's like Nexus Blitz, right? They're just gonna walk towards each other. The winner with the more gold just wins on the spot.
That's what I'm assuming, because so many of these champions can tear up the game if they get ahead, and I would expect Burger Flipper to spend most of his time in that bot side. That's why you pick things like the Rengar Ivern. You did mention that if Burger Flipper does fall behind, he's gonna be almost useless, but at least he's Rengar, he can be a walking ward in team fights, provide some vision as we have a trade in the mid lane. I was looking at on the minimap, and I was looking at D.Wow's champion portrait. I was expecting a flash to come out, but Ichi actually losing that trade surprisingly in the mid lane, and no pots for Ichi means that he is gonna be down on the sustained game.
Was able to get a couple of nice trades going, getting the health pot lead that you yourself had mentioned, but there's just so many different angles to break this one down. We see junglers clearing in opposite directions. We see a smidgen of trading in the mid lane. So where are we looking for Burger Flipper to get involved and start getting that bone tooth necklace stacking? Is it where are we trying to get this cat online if we're a D5 supporter?
It is gonna be the cat and what is Ivern? A tree, I would assume.
Tree, yeah,
Yeah.
he's a soldier who the God Willow, etc., etc. Lore.
Uh,
Yes, he's a
Commander of
tree
the
and he's a
jungle
man
camp.
combined.
Yeah. So I assume it is gonna be commander of the jungle camps and the cat up in the bot lane. But as I say that, Burger Flipper looking mighty aggressively towards Ant, eyes wide open. If Ant was to die on this wave, it would be his game basically over. But Renekton being a very hard champion to kill does mean that Burger Flipper is gonna base, but Dutch making his way onto this bot lane.
Does have a ward spotting him out, so Yese and Shiki immediately running for the hills. They will get the flash out of the Iverns. The friend of the forest must peace out, but he will be safe for now as once again Dutch sitting on a ward, just gonna try and waste his time if you're the D5 bot lane.
Yeah, you can try and bait out Dutch's base a couple of times, the
There it
root
is.
goes down as well. Hey, Scorch value. Jesse getting big damage in.
You can't step up too far, or Dutch will actually just flash W on your head. And with the spot of the sapling, he knew that Burger Flipper was inbound. But it will not be anything more, as Rengar, knowing that there's been a recall out of the tree, knowing he's on a pink, is going to continue to sit down here for more moments.
The sapling comes out,
Whoa.
but this is the Ivern Rengar combo.
That's the creativity we like to see. Loco able to provide the wall with the crash down to make sure Jomi doesn't get any more follow-up. And Burger Flippers can retreat back into the river.
It looked really cool, but not much value in it, unfortunately, as Jomi had high enough of HP to live through the Rengar. Only double longsword on Burger Flipper does mean that he doesn't do the most obscene amount of damage, as it is gonna be Dragon startup as well. Burger Flipper, not as much HP to play with as he would hope, but it's gonna be Wowza walking in and tagging that Dragon for his jungler, making sure that Burger Flipper doesn't get executed. Not something you wanna do in an SLE final game, get executed by the big Dragon up in the bot side, but it's gonna be Chemtech Drake secured for the blue team here, and D5 getting an early objective lead. Herald not being up yet does mean that there's gonna be no response in objectives, as it's gonna be Jesse towards this mid lane looking for a play, and it's just been a top lane farm fiesta. As I say that,
Ultimate committed here from Ant as the Dominus has been popped. Very nice Q from Tobataco to knock him backwards. The disengage will come through, and the Sejuani is able to slip on backwards. TP still available, so a nice summoner, an ultimate expenditure has been denied here from Tobataco.
I was talking about this top lane, sorry, being a complete farm fest, snooze fest. As I even said that, I was middle of the sentence and said, I've had enough. Pops the Dominus, just gets some cooldown trading, and it is Toba who got ahead of that. Had to expend the TP, yes, but ultimate still up means Burger Flipper could try to gank that top lane potentially, and very squishy without the Dominus, and if he has no Fury stacks, could be very volatile with top lane as well for the side of D5, but this is a lot more chill for an early game than I expected. I gave it 15 minutes, but I feel like Sandbag, the game might last a little bit more than that.
I feel like it might last beyond the 15-minute mark. I don't see any Mad Lions tags on any of these players, so they might even cross into the 18-minute mark thresholds. But as we see Dutch getting invaded once more, Burger Flipper has found him in his jungle. The reinforcements have arrived. D-Wowza will lock him down, and the tree has been felled. The red buff scooped up, and now the attempted exit. Ant, remember, no Dominus, but he does have the flash. Tobataka able to push him backwards with the ultimate, and they will just turn on the Crocodile, instantly forcing the flash away. And so, big wins here. D5 making moves, getting first blood.
And even bigger than that, Bone Tooth Necklace stack #1 secured on Dutch, and that might be the hardest one to get. Generally, on Rengar, the jungler is the one you get last because you're just running around all the lanes, but Burger Flipper popping up the ultimate as well did mean that it's not gonna be up as they're making the way towards Ant.
No flash. Dominus on a 2-second cooldown. He's gonna slice his way away. He does get the ultimate for the extra rage, but dies before he can get the heal. Flash in from Dutch. He's able to knock D-Wowza back underneath the turret, tanking it up. This will be a dead mid laner. A nice move here from Vitagen to try and collapse on the dive, but it ends up being a 1-for-1 in the extended trade.
Even more Boltooth
Oh,
value.
very nice Q from Dutch. Bramble smashing him out of his leap, and he will survive as a result. He went for the button check, and Dutch came up big. Now a low HP tree trying to reinforce this into a 3 versus 2. Tobataka will have to sacrifice the other tree as Yese will die in the river, and Vitagen having answers for that top lane dive.
3-on-3 combat, but it is Vitagen who comes out ahead. And yes, couple of Bone Tooth stacks here for Burger Flipper, but ultimately Vitagen ends up having the gold lead at almost 1,000, currently roughly 800 at the moment. Serrated Dirk here on Burger Flipper means that this Rengar slowly coming online, and with him having ultimate up as well very shortly, could potentially look for a fight around this Herald, and could potentially look for mid lane as well, as Wowza has a lot of CC, but Loco is around.
And DFCC, and he does have the claw to safety. I'm not sure Yese knows what role he's playing. I feel like he rolled into a game, he queued his jungle, didn't realize he's support, and is now just running around with Burger Flipper trying to combine for the combo. As once again, the Ivern and now Loco himself gonna join up for this Herald scuffle.
Herald being started here, sorry, not picked up quite yet as Vitagen could potentially have something to say about that, but I doubt they will, as Touch did end up just going for a base there. And like you said, Jesse, not spending a lot of time down in that bot lane after those early levels. It's because they tried to get one Ivern Rengar play, Jomi flashed out, and then they just said, screw this, we don't want this anymore, so now Jesse is just trying to run around the map with Burger Flipper instead of that bot lane.
Now Shiki Aura and Cleanse has already been expended, forced to flash away, as that exhaust would have been enough to keep him in the rel ultimate. So an expenditure, 2 sums for 1. Vitagen are able to snap down onto the Shiki Aura.
And that is flashless, cleanseless Shiki Orin, as Dragon is coming up in 10 seconds. Dutch is down here as well. And I expect both teams to contest this. Ultimate's up on absolutely everybody right now, which does mean that we could have a big 5v5. And this is what I was talking about, you know, both teams, either team, sorry, could get a lead in the early game, and this could be the one, as I say that it's gonna be Dragon going down lower and lower.
I think the tempo is just kind of bad for D5. They don't have their mid laner, their bot laner lost all of their sums, and Dutch throws out the ultimate just to make it a 100%er. He's been good with the smite so far, but don't bother giving any sort of a 50-50, as once again, Dominus has been popped, and Toba Taco is still the one rocking the comfier health bar.
I want fights, Sandbag. This is the finals. I am hyped. I want both teams to just fist fight for the next 40 minutes, 20 minutes, however long this game goes. And Ant has been a big part of that so far, playing very aggressively in this game. And it's just Toba being so close. I expect Ant to be solo killed potentially, as he's playing with fire, but Dutch making his way down towards the bot lane. Gonna try and look for a lane gank this time
Look at
around.
the mini-map here. Rengar on the top side. Ultimate already in flight. One slice away. Toba Taco tanking it up, and it is a beautifully executed dive on D5. Dessa called the death before it happened, and Ant fell swiftly afterwards.
There we go. I can retire now. I got my call. You know, that's good for me. Heading out for the rest of the series, but all jokes aside, it is gonna be Burger Flipper finding Ant once again up in the top side. This Renekton is just falling further and further behind, and Dutch is spending a lot of time down in this bot lane trying to make this play, and it could be big if they find it. But Shikiorin has the wind wall.
Ultimate thrown out from Dutch. The immediate re-engage from the support. Shiki Orin does the best he can to live, but Jamie gonna be jumping forwards onto Yese. Daisy summoned up, and the TP will quickly turn this into a 3 versus 4. Vitagen do get the AD carry, but at the expense of a huge amount of Dutch's time, so side lanes are looking pretty lopsided.
Dutch spent a lot of time on that play, which does mean, even despite that, still pretty much similar CS to Burger Flipper, but they're not done.
Daisy's gonna be walking in for a little bit of a chunk on the Dutch. Flash forward from the tree. Bramble Smash means that Ivern instantly dead. Jomi will soon follow him, making it 1-for-1. And now Loco in the slow form. She's armored, looking for her own mount up, getting the aftershock resistances, but will still be cut down by the Knife Cat. Burger Flipper picking himself up a double kill in the bot lane. And D5 ready to keep it going. Itchy under fire. Toba Taco looking for more. Arctic Assault does find the stun. The ultimate will immediately follow it up here as Shiki Orin walks forwards, but Ant is incoming, flashing directly on top of the Samira, and will slay him before the rose will bloom. Shutdown going over to Toba Taco once again, a 1-for-1, 6 versus 6 in the kills. Top laners going hammer and tongs in the mid lane, and it is the bloodbath you hoped for, fighting all across Summoner's Rift here, Dessa.
I finally got it. I fought my fist fight, and it's not even over as Loco is making his way over, but it's not gonna be anything more. And this is what I was looking for. 24/7 fighting, 24/7 skirmishing, and this is the finals mentality as we take a look at the replay here. And it started off so well for the side of Vitagen, finding the the early kill. Good flash in from Dutch to secure the Ivern there, while trying to make his way to the backline, and did end up finding a kill back. And like you said, Burger Flipper finds that kill, and they find another one almost as Loco is making his way, but ended up going down, and we will have an in-game pause, unfortunately, some technical difficulties, and we will head back on over to the analyst desk while we do that.
Hello, guys. We are back as we sadly have a bit of a pause. I'm sure we will find out the reason for the pause soon. But I think so far the game has gone pretty spicily. I think two sides of the coin here. Jace is looking very strong. Itchy piloting that very well. But then on the DeFi side, the Rengar is getting really strong. Just picked up 2 kills in that fight in the bot lane. So it's anyone's game right now. And Mikas, who would you say out of the 2 teams is got the edge so far?
I like the little bit of comeback that D5 has made, and I think in more chaos-oriented game they can make it happen. But yeah, the issue that we are facing right now is, Adrian, you definitely are more up to date with the patch notes. Has the Samira Duskblade interaction been fixed?
I don't actually know what the Samira Duskblade interaction is.
So basically, once she gets a kill on ultimate, she can keep rolling around in ultimate, and she can be targeted because of the Duskblade passive.
Oh damn! Huh? Interesting. Well, this is gonna be a controversial one, isn't it? But it's fine though. We can chrono break her.
I mean, yeah, if it's fixed, then the game should return. But okay, we got a confirmation that it has been patched, and we will continue to play, and we are jumping back into the game.
Yes. So heading over back to the casters to continue game 2.
I'm assuming it's something like that.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if I'm not mistaken, we are back online. Thank you for your patience trying to bring this one together. I think the teams might have just been needing a moment of respite after what was a fight that spilled all over the bot side of the map. So just kind of, walk us through. We might not have even able to do that.
No, not yet, my friend.
They're not done. Jomi's going to be moving forwards onto Tobataco. Remember, no flash on the top laner, but he's able to slip to safety with his Q. And with those big tools expended, what do we even look in terms of map state? Walk us through what we're even looking at.
Okay, so now that we finally have a little bit of a rest, although I don't expect it to last that long, as Shikorin is gonna find himself in a 2v1 in the mid lane, but finally, we are seeing an AD carry without a static shiv. At last, Jomi has the Duskblade, as we have a little bit more trading on the bot side. Burger Flipper is around, gonna pop the ultimate.
Ultimate flying in as Knife Cat is inbound. A very nice move from here. Wowza able to slip through the accelerated shock blast. Burger Flipper picks that one up. 81 extra gold on first strike in mid jungle combination. It will fell this Jace.
It looked a little bit scary there for the moment for the side of D5. Itchy did a lot of damage there, as Dutch might find himself a Sejuani on the bot side. Dragon started up here, and I can't get into the map state, Sandba, because these teams just want to fight.
Dragon is alive and dropping to 7k HP. They're waiting on Itchy. 6 seconds left on his TP, but he will not be able to join in time. Blizzard going over to the blue team, and D5 are able to pick up their second Drake of the game.
Second Drake of the game going to D5. Infernal as well being very, very good there, as it is gonna be D5 so far with the majority of the objective control, and Rift Herald coming up as well already. D5 making their way over, and looking at the map state so far, it is pretty even. No tier 1 towers down yet for either team. I expect that to change momentarily, as Ant is wailing on the bot lane tier 1. I assume Rose is gonna TP top.
EP in Glacial Prison will not find anything as Tobataco is going to be kicked out by Itchy's kick, but he will be flashed on. He will be knocked down immediately after respawning, and it means that D5 once again with control of the objective.
Gray screen simulator for Dutch right now. He cannot catch up. Pause as Wowza just flashes on him immediately, looking for the mid lane tower on the side of Vitagen, as Wowza is gonna do whatever he can to stop that one, and might be looking at the first tower of the game on the bot side. Burger Flipper popping the ultimate once again. Gonna try to pick here, but is just gonna end up going out as they're gonna look for a tier 1 mid. And I assume that they should be free sailing for the side of D5.
5 men on the way. The crash in from Shelly will chunk this down to smithereens. And now D-Wowza maybe looking for an escort into a second stun here. Local able to find a nice joust to pick up the mid laner's claw. But it will be a disengage. Gold starting to swing the way of D5. Burger Flipper. He's got to get out of there before Ant arrives. And his blue buff goes on a bit of a walk. Vitagen will escort him back to safety.
Everybody trying to get their hands on the blue buff. It was a 5-man assist on the poor old creature there. Definitely something that Jesse isn't a fan of, being the Ivor, and doesn't want to see the blue buff get hurt. But unfortunately, he will be absolutely murdered by Dutch there. Blue buff is going to be handed over as well, which does sort of mean that a couple people benefiting from that. But the map state so far looking very, very even. I did say that no towers have been taken. 2 minutes later, suddenly we have 4 towers that went down. All tier 1 towers taken on the side of Vitagen. Opens the map up so much for for the side of D5, and a lot of catch potential on D5 comp as well. Toba with the ultimate. We have Wowza with the ultimate, and it's been Itchy who's gotten most of that caught. He's been ulted by Wowza so many times, been flashed on by Wowza so many times that Ichi just hasn't had a good time. Eclipse did get finished up moments ago, which does mean that not at all weak on this Jace. Manami should be coming up next very, very soon, but it's gonna be Baron coming up in 20 seconds, and Burger Flipper, if he can find a pick, it could be very, very scary for the side of Vitagen.
It could indeed. I am very curious to see how much more footing this Jace can find, because he has been set behind, he has been killed multiple times now just due to the sheer volume of ways that D5 can attack him. So Itchy's really going to be under the gun in this game, and so we're going to have to see if he finds his footing moving forwards.
Hopefully he does, because this Jace needs to have impact for the comp of Vitagen if they want to make it work, as Wowza is looking again. Wowza is so scary on this Lissandra, always up in your vision, always up in your jungle, and even if he is on your vision, it is just such a safe champion that Wowza doesn't mind, as long as he has his team behind him, as long as he has the support. Has such great catch potential on the Lissandra Jomi. No cleanse, no curses for him means one Lissandra ulti into a Rengar ulti could prove fatal. Yes, he does have the ultimate, but that's not gonna help you much against point and click CC as Burger Flipper is encroaching. And you can see how confident D5 are constantly in Vitagen's jungle, constantly looking for picks. Burger Flipper playing this game so aggressively. And again, first they were in the top side jungle, now they're trying to encroach onto the bot side jungle of Vitagen, just looking for any vision they can find, and Shikorin could find himself at the wrong end of a Maokai ultimate, but is gonna back away. And finally, the game has calmed down a bit for both teams, but I don't expect that to last too long, as Dragon is gonna be spawning up in 20 seconds sandbag, and it is going to be an all-out brawl for this objective.
18 seconds left. Where are we looking for our big plays here, Dessa? If you had a rapid fire moment, where are we looking to for the big movers and shakers in the team fight?
Tobataco and Wowza. Them two have the big ultimates, they have the big engage, they have the big playmaking abilities. Look, keep your eyes on this Lissandra, on this Rengar, as they're gonna be your main engage, as well as Toba. Dragon is gonna get started up here. Vitagen looking to contest this one.
D5 have formed a protective wall around this Drake. It is a 6 versus 5 with Daisy having been summoned up. meaning Burger Flipper will be under no pressure to hit this smite. Now Loco and Jomi has to run for the hills here, able to get the crash down away from the disengage. The Maokai used to try and get as much lockdown as he can. Two-man Bramble Smash to knock him backwards, but now Dutch is under fire. Burger Flipper is the first one to be able to pick up a kill as Ant dives in, immediately turning around onto the top laner Shiki. Orin goes Beyblade and knocks down Ant. Burger Flipper under tower will sail in, but he will sail in with reckless abandon, giving over Itchy another pair of kills. To the skies, one more auto will do it. Jomi's able to knock down Yesei, and now it's Shiki versus the world. We were talking about Jace finding his footing, and his footing is directly into the chest of D5, acing them on the way.
Itchy's found his way into the game. D5 get absolutely demolished on the team fight. Itchy played it so well, and Loco, get down Mr. President, because Toba Taco tried to get the ultimate onto Jomi. It was a great start as we take a look at the replay here mid-fight, but it was the beginning of the fight was a great start for D5, and they just got a little bit too ham. It's here. There is 4 minutes alive. 4 people alive. And Burger Flipper just goes. And now suddenly there's 3 people alive. And 2 people alive. And it's just the side of Vitagen absolutely turning the team fight around, and Loco saving his AD carry made all the difference there.
A little bit of over-aggression goes a long way here as the Jace will fall as we cut to the replay. Going golden is D-Wowza. He's got one more stasis up his sleeve if he's looking for it. It's a bit of a split call here for D5 as D-Wowza is forced to disengage. 3k left on the Baron. They're going to finish this one up as Ant diving onto this Ivern. Now the full might of D5 are ready to turn around, forcing Vitagen back. And the curse of the replay, the minute you cut away, someone is dying, and it seems like Itchy falls prey to that here in the SLE.
Itchy getting shut down. I was just praising the man, just talking about how well he's done to get his way back into the game, and unfortunately finds himself at the wrong end of a fight, finds himself getting shut down. And having 2 items finished up, this Jace definitely hurts a lot on the side of Vitagen. So far, when you take a look at the comp of D5, I still feel like they have great catching tools, great catching potential. I would like to see Johnny go potentially QSS here. I feel like it would help him out a lot against things like the Sandra ulti, against things like the potential Sejuani ulti, but Loco doing a fantastic job of keeping his AD carry alive. The bot lane of Vitagen playing this game so well, and Sandbag, this is a lot more even of a game than we had in game 1, which makes me very, very excited.
Absolutely. They have drafted themselves something to engage other than Gravitum out of Aphelios, and they are looking all the better for it. Toba Taco has been able to find a couple of snappy engages on the mispositioned Vitagen members, and then on the other side, Loco hasn't been getting a huge amount of mentions, but has been doing a huge amount of work trying to keep Yomi standing, only letting the AD carry drop a singular time out of the 22 kills. He is doing a flying job as a babysitter.
Definitely doing a good job of keeping his AD carry alive, and that is what you do as a support. That is your main job. Keeping us little puny humans. Oh my god!
Right as we say the babysitter, the baby gets eviscerated as Burger Flipper with the damage check removes Yomi from the face of Summoner's Rift. That is going to be a replay moment here for Burger Flipper. And it is right on the spot where he fell the first time. Redemption was swift for this Rengar.
Hello, Riot? I'm sitting here in disbelief. Because suddenly John was honored. I'm so glad we have a replay of this. Look at John. He's full HP. He's completely fine. And suddenly Burger Flipper
HP, 0. And that is the Rengar treatment here. 80 carry in Season 13 XD. With that death, it is shambles for the Vitagen lines.
He got critted for 650 on the jump, and that's just with essence you're a collector. picked up as well on the side of Burger Flipper, and it is a scary, scary Rengar.
We're versus 4 here. Yes, and D Wowza looking to push the pace here, but as you walk into the oncoming Rengar, keep your backline safe, boys and girls. Hide your eyes. Itchy under fire. Burger Flipper will expend it on the blast cone. I'm hyping this man up, and the cat just wanted to play with the bounce. Vitagen able to live to fight another day, but we're still going to have ourselves the workings of a team fight. The pinch is coming through, but Burger Flipper can be turned on instantly. Dwowza finding a stun on the Loco. Shiki Orin chunked down to a third, and the team fight's going to be kicking off. Rengar is a little bit slow on the play. Jomi does slay Shiki Orin, and now it is Burger Flipper left to his own devices. The rest of the team fight falls to smithereens as Burger Flipper gets one, and he gets to the bush looking for a second one. Ant has locked him down, stunned him up. Q will not come out in time, and it is going to be a 4-4-2. Vitagen winning the fight with blinking health bars.
Oh my god.
The fade away from Itchy. Cool guys don't look at explosions. Drake going the way to Vitagen. Ace on top of it. They're back in this game, Desa.
Vitagen have found their way, they found their angle, look up the kitty, and there's nothing he can do as we get into the replay here, and look at how good it looked for the side of D5. It started off so well, Burger Flipper almost finding so much on that Rengar, but the health bars did not play in his favor, as it was Vitagen who took that fight, ended up taking the Drake. On the back end of that, the snipe from Ichi was absolutely gorgeous onto the Lissandra, still dead on our screens for the next 3 seconds, and it is the Infernal Drake secured on Vitagen, which means that if this game, you know, goes long enough, Sandbag, we might see a soul on the side of Vitagen instead of D5.
That's still a long way out, all things considered. We still have, at absolute bare minimum, another 10 minutes until they can get their hands on it. But what it does do is it denies it from D5, and more importantly, denies it from Rengar. 1600 HP turned to dust at the snap of Rengar's fingers. And so, Infernal Drake over the top of it, I'm pretty sure you can start doing that to, like, Dutch. If the damage starts ramping up just a little bit higher.
I mean, LDR picked up. I wouldn't at all put it past him with those items to be able to one-shot anybody. Whether it's Ichi, whether it's Jomi, just anyone who this Rengar touches could potentially go down. And that's what makes it so scary for the side of Vitagen, because it means that around any bush you don't have warded, around any angle could be Burger Flipper as he's looking again.
Going instantly onto Itchy. The fight's over before it started, and this is Rengar's playground, jumping onto that Maokai. Ant's dominance, a very nice engage here from the mid laner. D-Wowza setting him up, and Shiki Oran's knocking him down. Burger Flipper picks up a shutdown of his own, and it is the bot lane left as D5, Daisy in hand, wave in hand, will start walking down the Vitagen base.
Nothing you can do if you're Vitagen, just staring at your base slowly crumble. D5 are gonna look for the end, they're gonna look for the
looking for a
game.
big flip in his Loco. He's gonna be able to try it through the best he possibly can, but he can't even get one. He does end up falling D-Wowza at the end, but now Burger Flipper eviscerating health bars, demolishing structures, and going blow for blow with Vitagen. We have a series, Dessa. D5 equalizing this one out 1-1.
1-1, and if it goes like this, we could be looking at a potential Game 5. We have such an exciting series on our hand, as we will send it over to the analyst desk for some more action.
Hello, guys. Oh, what a game we just witnessed there. And, you know, as much as there was pure chaos, there was a lot of fighting, action-packed. Can we all just take a moment and give a shout out to Toba Taco, because he is having a great series so far.
Absolutely. All SLE top laner Ant, also rookie of the split. Very, very, very highly regarded as the best top laner in SLE so far. Toba Taco is absolutely having his number. 2 games in a row he's beating him in lane, this time as well. The Sejuani pick coming in huge, and the draft shuffle by Dolly 5 coming out superior now. And We talked about it. They need to draft, they need to match the Vitagen's death ball comps with their own death ball, and so they did behind Tobataco, Sejuani, and the damage-heavy Rengar build. Rengar picked by Burger Flipper. Good job, Dolly 5, equalizing the series.
Yeah, equalizing the series indeed, and as you mentioned, in an aggressive fashion. Now, Ivan Rengar, I think they pulled out quite a creative team composition here, and I don't think any of us expected this, let alone D-Wowzer on a facilitator champion. But I kind of like the adaptation after game one. So with the series tied up, I think what this does, or at least what this has done, is, I think from a Vitagen point of view, you're going into this next game thinking to yourself, these guys can pull out absolutely anything. Because right now you're thinking, do we take off this Ivan Rengar? Because obviously it was an issue, leaving up open their comfort picks, or do you stick to the game plan and you know, just stick to what you've planned to win the series? So it's a really tough situation for Vitagen going into this next game. But yeah, definitely want to touch on that Ivan Rengar, the amount of chaos it brought, and more specifically, so the reason why I wanted to tee up Tobataco is because into the Renekton, the Sejuani Renekton matchup, the way he was able to stack waves, push it in, set up the turret dives for the Ivan Rengar. Admittedly, I have to say there were a few misplays on the in the early game dives from Rengar. Especially there was one when he went a bit too far forward. Jace picked up some kills off the back end of that, but I think the ability to constantly do that into the Renekton was fantastic to see, and I think it definitely set up the Rengar for success. On top of that, you know, transition into the mid game. I think Itchy on the Jace looked really strong, and I actually was saying, like, I thought that the Jace was just going to 1v9, but fortunately the Ivan Rengar was a bit too strong. So yeah, also big shout out to D-Wowzer, fantastic players on the Lissandra.
Yeah, I think like there was a moment in bot lane where it felt like Ichi is having a great game and D-Wowzer is having a tough game, but D-Wowzer goes for a dodge into Ichi's shock blast and sets up a Burger Flipper for the kill. And after that outplay, it feels like the tables completely turned, and D-Wowzer was the one having a great game, while Ichi was struggling quite a bit. And the thing I want to talk to you about is kind of like your role in a team. I believe Vitagen is a very strong, versatile team, and their players have they can fill many kind of roles. But once you get to this like prime moment, once you get to the finals, I think you kind of need to narrow down what is your role in the team and which position you can kind of play. And I'm not talking about mid lane or jungle or something like that, but more like, are you an enabler? Are you kind of a frontliner? Where do you suit the best? And I believe for Ichi, it was night and day how it looked the second part of the game with Jace and how it looked with the Swain. I think they function a little bit better when Ichi can be the one stepping forward much more.
Yeah, I think I feel like it's a good point for sure, and I think Ichi's one of the players who benefits a lot on picking champions that has a little bit more room for error when it comes to jumping into these fights. Like, I feel like the reason why Swain is so good for him is because he is so tanky. You can, you can get away with getting hit with basically everything and still surviving at the end of the fight. Whereas a champion like Jace, you need to pick the exactly perfect moment, and you need to be smart with the way you use your EQs. He did have a fantastic game. I don't want to take that away from him, but I feel like in the position he was in, he was like 3-1, I believe, at one point. I think a more proficient Jace, I'm thinking like Captain and Right, for example, would have completely taken this game over, and especially these EQs kind of hitting the Sejuani instead of looking for the back line. It's like things like that. It's what separates heavy carry players to facilitator players, and I think I echo your statement. I think Vitagen need to go back to what they know. Right now, the way I see it, I think you want to put Ant on a tank. the top lane right now is not looking good for him. The Renekton was an R5. We saw the first game, Canterpick going over to Tobataco. Now we saw this game, Canterpick going over to Ant, and both games have gone over to the side of Tobataco. So if you're Vitagen, you say, Ant, it's not going well, go on a tank. Itchy, you need to go on a champion that facilitates, and they need to play through Yomi, because at the moment, in this series, I would say Yomi is the one player from Vitagen that is standing out against his opposite number.
And are we watching a replay of the game one draft? No, we're not. The changes already are coming in. Xayah coming in as an answer for Kai'Sa. Famously, these two champions, I think, have the same attack range, but due to how Xayah's auto attacks function, it always feels like Xayah has the more attack range. And it's a known counter for the Kai'Sa, but at the same time, it's a very, very skill-based matchup. And we see the Kha'Zix coming in from Burger Flipper, one of his main champions as well.
One of his main champs indeed. And yeah, as you mentioned, it's another first pick Kai'Sa. It did work out very well for them, so I'm assuming that's the reason why they've gone back to it. It is obviously not safe because you're handing over very powerful early picks over to Dolly 5 as they've picked up the Xayah. But yeah, Kha'Zix picked up and Vi to match. Vi is not the best pick into a Xayah, but what Vitagen have done, and you know, this is what I mean by stick to your strengths, right? Itchy on Ahri, it's a perfect champion for him. A champion that's like can jump in, has room for error, and you know you can set up for your jungler. And I think this is the perfect champion. Really good combo as well. Very powerful. We've seen it picked many times at MSI. The Vi pick into Xayah, not optimal, but very good into Kha'Zix at least.
Yeah, surely, and we see Nautilus coming in here as well to take it away from the Kai'Sa Nautilus combination, of course. But yeah, interesting. We see how much success Ichi had on Swain on a game one, but Vitagen deciding to go for this OP Ahri Vi combo, absolutely viable option as well. But yeah, I was kind of expecting once I saw no Swain ban, I was expecting a Swain pick Shirley to come in. Yeah, we see more support bans coming in. The Kali from game one, piloted by the Wolves, also deserves a respect ban. And I think the last ban might be Zed also coming in from the side of Vitagen, but before that we'll see what D5 bans here on final ban.
Yeah, it could potentially be the Zed. I wouldn't ban the Zed, as Ahri is actually a fantastic pick into the Zed. But obviously DWAZ is a very talented player. Zed will be open, so potentially a bait. And I actually, if I'm D5 here, I would not fall into it because you need AP damage. Zed is actually really weak against Vi and Ahri. Reason being, Zed always exits out of ult the same way. Ahri has a free charm basically every time. But the Fizz, also not something I would pick into Ahri, but probably better into Vi. The Fizz is locked in. Interesting. If this Ahri is static shift, this is very tough for Fizz, but yeah, we'll see. I suspect Vitagen have, they picked up the Vi Ahri very early on when a lot of power picks were open. So you can always assume that this is something that they've practiced, this is something that they are comfortable with, and yeah, I'm interested to see how it goes.
Yeah, but this draft is oddly similar to what we saw in game one at some aspects. We see no Samira this time for Shiki, going for the Xayah. Also, Shiki is quite good on this champion. And Alistar Ornn, yeah. If this is going to be a top lane you saw, it could be really huge.
Yeah, I don't think it would be. The Ornn pick I really, really like. If Tobataco plays Silas, this is a wet dream, I have to say.
Silas.
But yeah, I really like. Oh, Gwen is a fantastic pick here.
That's
honestly,
true.
Really, really good to go for the Gwen here. Yeah, I like the Gwen, but I think looking at Vitagen's sort of draft, they've done exactly what we, I guess, recommended them to do, to, put their solo laners on facilitators, and play through their ADC, as he has stood out so far, and Vi is on a Dutch is on a champion like Vi, who can set up a lot of players around the map. Now looking over to the side of D5, similarly again, it seems like this has been their plan throughout the whole series, is to throw Vitagen off their game, off to what they know, and cause as much chaos in the series as possible.
Yeah, it's clearly their plan, but so far, the team that is more like more of a deathball comp has been the one dominating the Rift, and I think Vitagen has drafted themselves again a comp that quite clearly, like you can see once one of the champions goes in, everybody goes in, and mirroring the game one draft, picking up something very, very similar. Again, the Dolly 5 side has some counter tools, has the Xayah ult, has the Nautilus ult to put them on breaks, Fizz, dodge, Gwen, untargetability. Lots of tools to outplay, but so far the outplay tools have not been working in this SLE finals.
Yeah, they haven't been working. And actually, speaking of Deathball, I will have to say the D5 comp is a bit of a Deathball in its own unique way, if that makes sense. It's kind of like when Fizz hits ult, that's where the go button goes, and everyone kind of just jumps in and tries to kill whoever they hit. But obviously, it's not as good as a Deathball as the Vitagen draft. It's a bit chaotic, but it's kind of a similar thing here. I feel like Fizz is not a Fizz is actually a decent pick into Oro because you can always E the charm, and you can. I mean, honestly, Fizz, in my opinion, is one of those extremely broken champions where you can kind of just like you press WQ and that procs electrocute, and then you just E away out of the trade. You can even do it on the turret. So yeah, it's really strong in that sense. The only thing is, if you're the Ahri here, definitely running something like Airy, or I mean, even if you want to go with the Satchib setup, can give you a little bit of advantage in the lane phase. And it's all about spacing. It's all about correct spacing, keeping at a distance, and playing outside of Fizz's combo range. And the reason why spacing is important is because you need to play outside of Fizz's combo range, but also inside of your E range. So yeah, sorry, mid lane nerd. I just felt like talking about that. But yeah, I think Dolly 5's draft, like as I said, it's kind of like similar to the first game where you want to send these solo laners into the side and dominate. Like Gwen completely trumps the Ornn. If the Fizz gets ahead in early phase, then you can take over this Ahri. So yeah, I think that's definitely what they want to play through. And more specifically, so Tabataco this series has looked completely dominant against Ant. Ant has had no room to flex his muscles, and he's been on the receiving end on Tobataco's onslaught. So I think if they can actually execute the 1-3-1 efficiently, then I see Dolly 5 taking match point.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch to the other side this time. I've been seeing so much success for these heavy team fights, just run-in squads, and I believe Vitagen is gonna take this to 1, gonna bring it to match point, and then we'll see if Dolly 5 will be able to draft something more similar. I really want to see both of these teams actually do this. I want to see both of these squads draft full team fight and just go at it, but we're yet to see that. But we have had such great finals so far. Both of the games being very competitive and being very close. The leads going back and forward. Team fights going one way or another. Objectives going dragon for dragon. So yeah, it's been fantastic finals so far. How do you feel about it, Adrian?
Yeah, I am absolutely loving these games. It's so back and forth, and I think one thing we talked about pre-game is that finals in the SLE have tended to be a bit one-sided. This time around, it is absolutely not one-sided. This is like anyone could take this. Like we had our predictions before, but now I have no clue who's going to win these. Who's going to win this series? So that's always exciting, and I absolutely love games like these.
Yeah, not a chance. Not a chance to predict these games. But yeah, I think I'm on 50% prediction rate so far in these finals, which is pretty good for me. For me, it's pretty good. I'm gonna take it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Hard to say. Vitagen definitely have a lot of teamfight starting tools here, and to be fair, the Zaya and the Gwen can scale into it, but they're not the traditional tank shredders, and there's a lot of tanky champions on the side of Vitagen.
Yeah, they definitely are. I think, well, as much as there are tanky champions, because of the Gwen, don't necessarily have to worry too much about the damage output from Kai'Sa or Ahri. Obviously, Kai'Sa can jump in, but why would you ever do that? So it's like you're buying time for for the Zaya, for the Fizz, for the Kha'Zix to get through these tanks. Whilst that Gwen mist is up, so I think the utilization of that will be really important to look at because that will determine where the fights go. But I think as much as team fights look like they are in the favor of Vitagen, I do have to say things like 3v3s, like if the Fizz, Gwen, and Kha'Zix take a 3v3 against Vi, Ahri, and Ornn, like if I was Ornn, I don't know where to ult because there's probably like 3 dashes happening all across my face. There's a Gwen ult, Gwen E as well that Ornn doesn't hit anyone in. So it's like, yeah, it's a really weird situation where if you're Dolly 5, you play through top, you take those 3v3s. Like even the Viol against Fizz is like really hard to utilize. So yeah, 3v3s go in the favor of D5, but Vitagen, they definitely want to take these 5v5s. If you can get the Alistair stuck in, that's where you can cause a bit of mayhem for the D5 squad. But yeah,
I really think the key player of the game, the most important, actually most difficult position, is for Ichi. Because I've seen so many of these Aris get like early game leads, get kills. I quite recently saw, I think it was Larsen playing against, what was they playing against in the LIC, against some top team. I think it's against Mad Lions or something. And he was so fed on an Ari, but he kept not being able to find any angles in teamfights, not hitting charms, and basically just using the ultimate to run away. So if Ichi can be the difference maker, if Ichi can land these charms onto the Fizz to one-shot him before he can go into invulnerabilities, same thing for Gwen or the Zaya. I think that might be the thing that the moment that carries Vitagen here.
Yeah, it could be, and I'm excited to see how he pilots it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we are ready to go into the game. So, once again, I'll be throwing it over to our beautiful casters to bring you the coverage for this next game.
I feel like Fizz, like...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Game 3 of D5 versus Vitagen. We have ourselves, once again, some very interesting compositions from these two teams. Heavy Melee versus the Mega Dive. Burger Flipper going to be throwing out the ward. Not jumped on by Dutch, but I feel like this is, yet again, way more for us to talk about than your average scrim here.
Yeah, definitely some interesting comps coming through, and we talked about it already. I feel like, to me, this is the most normal draft we've had today. There is no Ivers, there is no Rengars, there is no Samiras. It's just good old-fashioned Ornn versus Gwen in the top lane, good old-fashioned Vi in the jungle for the side of Vitagen. Ahri as well, a champion we have seen a lot during this patch, I assume. He is gonna go for the static shiv. Interestingly enough, does start with the Doran's ring, which could potentially mean that it might not be static shiv first item coming out of Ichi, as you already see some aggressive trading, but invade here on the top side.
Burger Flipper and Tobataco favored in the 2 versus 2, I have to imagine, early on. It's just going to come down to a smite fight. Dutch has seemingly been the one to pick these up, and he does once more. The Vi is flipping over that level 2, but even then, the Kha'Zix Gwen are liking their chances and pushing them back. Ant under fire, walking his way out, will not be forced to flash, but blue buff secured by Dutch, and still pushed backwards out of his jungle.
And the important thing is that Burger Flipper didn't actually use his smite there, which does open them to take this Gromp away from the side of Vitagen. Could be a TP up top from Ant, and it is gonna be the TP expended to get back to lane a little bit faster. Both top laners, sorry, losing XP there on the first wave, which does sort of mean that the XP is still gonna be even up in that top lane after all those shenanigans. Dodge being able to just heal off of those jungle camps means that he doesn't have to base, which means that both junglers sort of got delayed equally, which does mean that no clear leads quite yet, as we did see Dutch as well picking up his own buff, which does sort of just mean that he could just back away, could just go back into his own jungle. Good vision there from the side of D5 as we have an engage here on the bot lane.
Loco is going to be hooked up by that Nautilus. He is an Alistair, so he does have some innate sustain. He is tanky enough to weather the worst of it with plenty of pots inside. But it is still D5 getting the better of this bot lane early into the game.
And I wanna go back to the vision because that's what we were talking about earlier. Already spotting up Dutch in his own jungle. Having that tri-bush warded as well means that Dutch has no clear way of making his way down to the bot lane. Like you said, a good hook coming out of Jester to keep Loco around for a little bit more damage. And you can see Dutch gonna pick up this crab as well away from Burger Flipper, which means that Dutch could potentially go for the double crab here if he wants to run all the way back towards his top side. Gonna look for the vision plant to spot out Burger Flipper. It does mean that they know where the Kha'Zix is now. Could look for the smite away, but no smite up on either jungler. Means that Burger Flipper is just gonna be forced off of his own buff.
You see the bot lane moving up. Loco and Jomi are first on the play here as Yese and Shiki Orin look to join. D-Wowza is en route. We got ourselves a 4 versus 4 over this blue buff. 800 HP left on it. No smite on either one. As 80 carries going to be laying into Dutch. He's exhausted. He is dropped. Picked up by that Nautilus. And now numbers advantage. D-Wowza going to be diving in with that E. Charm finds only the Nautilus, forcing Itchy to flash his way out. Loco, the sacrificial calf, will be slain by D-Wowza. Burger Flipper able to exit to over the wall, and it is a catastrophe for Vitagen. 3 kills going over to D5. The blue buff gonna be swiped up in the end as well, and it is shambles for Vitagen's early game.
Complete harmony for D5. Shikorin early flash away, exhaust down from Jesse to keep his ADC alive. Actually, exhaust from Shikorin, interestingly enough. Wowza being exhausted as well in the middle of the teamfight means that he could get nothing off, as it was just a cleanup from the side of D5. Jomi trying to find the final kill there to get at least something back for his team, but Burger Flipper with a good flash out meant that it was a 3 for none on the bot side, and D5 having their mid laner, having the ADC pick up those kills as well is exactly the situation you want to be in if you are a D5 fan.
D5 fans eating good early in this game. They're able to pick up a lead onto every single one of their bot lane members, even the Nautilus getting his hands on one of those kills. Burger Flipper was able to watch Dutch fall, meaning he's a little bit up on tempo himself. And Gwen straight up beats Ornn in the 1-for-1. So all things considered, D5, while it is still somewhere in that 1.5k gold lead and it is still very early days, every lane has potential to start getting out of control if they're really not careful.
D5 eating well tonight, as Ichi's gonna find a charm in the mid lane. Does have that level advantage with Wowza moving in that earlier play much earlier than he did, which does mean that it's gonna be 6 for each year Loco around this mid lane, trying to make a play as well, but it's just gonna be the Drake started up here on the side of D5. Cloud Drake, not an amazing Drake to get up front. Obviously you want something like a Mountain Drake, you want something like an Ocean Drake to really help out your laners in the early game, especially in a matchup like the top lane. Obviously your Ornn not being the favorable one in that matchup means that sort of any bad trade you take could just get facilitated by a small buff on the Ocean Drake. Obviously it is not much, but any sort of early lead, any sort of early help you can get in a lane like Gwen versus the Ornn is always good. Like you talked about earlier, Sandbag, definitely gonna be the Ornn losing out on that one in the early game, as Gwen already, you see him being up by about 20 CS give or take, which does mean that a little bit more gold towards the side
The
of
Forge God, though, it has
D5.
been summoned. Toba Taco is going to have to run back to Burger Flipper with the ult expended out of Ant. That is one more tool out of the Forge God's hands. And Toba Taco, able to recall, does still have TP. More than happy to drag that one out of the Ornn.
And Dutch could look for an invade here, but the bot lane of D5 are on it. They are trying to secure up their own jungle, which does mean Dutch will just go for the base. Gonna like try look himself, gonna try find himself right on the top side with this Herald coming out very soon. And I feel like this is something that neither jungler really wants to give up. Both lane, a lot of lanes here on both sides where they want to get ahead, obviously Fizz being a big one, Wowza finding himself at the back end of that trade, but all this is a little bit of trading in the mid lane, as Itchy's gonna have to burn Spirit Rush there, no ultimate on the Ahri.
The waters had been chummed, and Itchy is forced to run for the hills with his own ultimate. Dwowza not faring too poorly. Melee into ranged, Fizz into Ahri. Seems like he's able to survive these waters quite comfortably, as once again Toba Taco's going to be taking a look here. Dutch trying to beat on him as best as he can, but he only finds about a third of the health bar, meaning once again this Gwen can disengage.
When finding himself out there on the top side, and this is definitely the slowest game I feel like we've had so far. We've seen a lot bloodier early games than this, as it is gonna be a Herald started up on the top side by Dutch, and Burger Flipper making his way down.
Does find the 80 carry. Instant exhaust onto Jomi. Burger Flipper is en route, getting exhaust of his own, but he's stunned up underneath the turret. Ignite ticking will slay the bug. Getting a little bit too eager, living up to the name. A good play answered in kind with a poor one, as it is Vitagen able to pick up a kill in the bot lane, and now Shelly is in their sights.
And Burger Flipper, as we have a re-engage on the bot side. Featherstorm gonna
Storm
come
is able to
out.
stay loco. The re-engage, the blade caller for the double. Shiki Orin getting himself paid in blood and in plates down in the bot lane.
Gonna be a lot of gold into the pocket of that Zaya Dutchman, trying to make his way up here, pull up the Forge God.
The ultimate thrown out to cancel the recall. Toba Taco able to escape and slash his way underneath the turret. Ant able to get the Bellows Breath for the kill. And executes in time before Dwowza can mop him up. Burger Flipper looking for the long chase. As soon as he shows Vault Breaker is available, then will slide back over the wall. Dutch with a blast cone to cancel the dive. And the smooth criminal makes his exit underneath his top turret.
Sneaky moves there from Dutch. The absolute ninja that is manages to find his way out. But a lot of things happened in those past few minutes. So we're gonna start all the way down in the bot lane with the bot lane play. Burger Flipper did not flip himself the right way around, which did mean that he got stuck under that tower. Good job from Loco to CC him up. Ignite went down as well and just ticked him to death. Then up on the top side, we had Ant just not finding the kill, which did mean that Tobacco did just get executed. And with him having a death, it means absolutely nothing. None of the gold went over, and none of the gold into the pocket of Vitagen. And so far, this Zaya is just scaling up 3-0 on her, as we have an engager in the mid lane.
Engage in the mid lane. Dwowza is going to be trying to make the exit. He does find it with a beautiful Q through his enemy mid laner into the flash exit. He was looking pretty scary for a moment, but does find his way out. And it does draw the attention of the bug. Burger Flipper en route to try and deal with Shelly. Throwing out those void crystals, but he's going to be instantly charmed up, turned on, forced to jump away. Shelly almost executes him by herself, but Kha'Zix will end up surviving. Dwowza able to mop up Shelly, and that was a clincher for Burger Flipper.
My heart definitely skipped a beat there, and that is the most aggressive Shelly I have ever seen. Almost finding the jungler of D5, as it's gonna be Drake started up here by Dutch on the side of Vitagen, which means this is gonna be their second Drake picked up. And we do not have a Cloud Soul this time, as it was the first Drake. We have, drum roll please, a Chemtech Soul. And I don't know if that's better or worse, Sandbag.
It's better because I absolutely adore the upgraded blast codes on this map. I think they're so funny watching somebody just sail 30 kilometers with a single bound, and we've already seen the Rengar make great use of his own blast cone. So I'd love to see Burger Flipper reprise his role as a blast cone enjoyer now that he has so much more bounce to work with.
Burger Flipper is definitely gonna love this game, as like you said in the previous game already, got great value. What? Value is a strong word. Out of the blasting concept did sort of take his ultimate away and potentially cost him the team fight as well, but I feel like that's something to be determined later on by the chat when they do watch the VOD back, but so far it is D5 who are encroaching upon the space of Vitagen. Wowza, trying to find any picks he can, and Jomi just cannot CS because the entire team of D5 is around.
Ripper does go Camo, who dives immediately onto this Kaisa. She will be knocked up, she will be locked down, and she will be slayed. The TP is en route. Ari and Ant trying to go for the pinch. She's able to knock up 3 with the Call of the Forge God, and the re-engage looking good from the solo laners. Dutch on his way in. The damage has been starting to fly out back and forth. 3 versus 3. Under fire is the Fizz. He looks for a Q out. Immediately diving forward. 2-man headbutt pull out a Loco. All the way down. Shiki Orange still free firing. Do you have the damage to cut through? You do indeed. And now the Ornn is the last one standing underneath his own turret, trying to clear out the wave as best as he can. Do you look for him? He is pretty tanky. It ends up being an exit as Wowza and Shiki Orin hold the line as 2 in a massacre in the bot lane.
And meanwhile, in the top side, Top Atako absolutely been chilling, maxing, and relaxing himself with some platings there, as the turret platings do fall just in time for Top Atako as it makes his way out. But looking back at the replay, keep your eyes on this Xayah, because this was 20 seconds of her being absolutely untouched. Wowza, finding himself a great kill there, and even Dutch coming in, not ulting Shikiorin, goes for Wowza instead, which just means the Xayah free fires, so many Kraken stacks. Lethal tempo value is absolutely massive, as it's gonna be Shikiorin finding himself so many kills. 6-on-0, Kraken Slayer picked up, working himself towards that Gale Force, I would assume, but it is a bot lane show as it's flash in, flash out from Jomi, and a trade of flashes down in the bot side, but it is a trade you'll take any day of the week if you are D5.
More than happy to trade out the Hex Flash Nautilus in return for the only remaining defensive tool on the Kaisans. We're waiting for that Killer Instinct to come back up, but quietly, while we have a pause, I do want to just throw out one little wrinkle. Before this stream even started, we were talking predictions behind the desk. We were talking what the expectations were.
Here you go.
And I did throw out the fact that I expected. Desa was really pushing me, and he said, give us a prediction and give us a game. And I said 3-1 to D5, and game order, I will have to hold that as flashing forwards, but doesn't find anything. I said Vitagen takes game 1, D5 sweeps afterwards. So I'm really starting to get my hands rubbed together. It is all going according to plan. It is all following the script. And this Burger Flipper is going to be looking to knock down the second Herald of the game. D5 are sitting pretty here with a tidy little gold lead.
I definitely do not vouch for this. I don't know what this man is
Whoa,
talking
whoa,
about.
whoa, whoa,
Just kidding, just kidding. Yeah, you did make the prediction before we started. You're absolutely right, and so far the prediction is working out in your favor. And this is why I said you should have mentioned it before. You should have mentioned it in like game 1. You know, it would have been so cool if it ends up going through. And so far, it is very proud of you for that one sandbag. And if D5 have something to say about it, this is their time to make a stand, because whichever team wins this game is gonna be the one who take match point, gonna be the one who need to win only one more game to take this series into their own hands. And it is so far has been an absolute blast of a game. Before as Burger Flipper again encroaching onto Loco. Alistar gonna try to get this Herald away from his own tower, but all it's gonna be is some damage on it before it gets the dash off. And a very low tower on the side of Vitagen, but Dragon spawning means that Ichi could be in trouble down the bot side.
Ichi does break the stopwatch right before a team fight, but he keeps the ultimate alive. He does still have that Spirit Rush, such an important team fight tool. And now you don't have Chum the Waters either. So both of these mid laners losing one of their tools in trade. We see Ornn making his long slog up. We got a full 5 versus 5. Who's going to be kicking this one off? Yes, and Loco in a bit of a stare down. Who pulls the trigger here? DWowza posting up in Pixel Brush, starting the Dragon up. Burger Flipper dropping it down to 8k HP. It is Kaisa a long way away, meaning they're going to give this one up. D5 without any sort of silliness going on. Will pick this one up. Tobataco in the middle of 3 people with his Shroud. Now looking for the re-engage. Diving forward, finding the first of the Qs, finding the first of the ultimates onto Loco. He does have that Unbreakable Will for huge resistances, but the 4-man pop-up, there is no follow, and D5 get the Drake, they get the turn, and an extra cow on top.
A lot of resistances, but it's just not enough in the face so far as Burger Flipper is looking for the flank. But all they want is this tier 1, but not easy to engage on as Burger Flipper is gonna be found.
Vi ultimate is going to be thrown out, but there's the cone we were talking about. Burger Flipper fulfilling the prophecy. The blast cone to safety with the leap means his flash is saved, and everything is going D5's way for the moment.
And Sandbag, is this why you like the Chem clans blooming? Is this why you're a Chem Soul enjoyer?
Absolutely. While the soul is somewhat lackluster, to say it politely, I just love the empowered plants, not getting slowed by a honey fruit, not having to auto the pink ward 4 times. It's just League of Legends as it is intended to be played.
And so far it has been mainly Burger Flipper who's found himself around these plants, and the cannon unfortunately is not gonna be picked up. That just reminds me of all the YouTube videos you see where pro players missing cannons just left, right and center. Obviously happens to everyone, and my friend, do not worry about it. You're only an Ornn. After all, you've got your Radiant Virtue, you're basically full build anyway. You know, everything else here is just cherry on top, as he does almost have 2 items, so definitely closing up onto that Sunfire Cape, but so far, it has just been D5 with the gold lead, 4,000 up, 6 kills as well. And this Chem Soul will be coming online very, very soon, as it is Vitagen's soul point to get in the next 2 minutes if they do manage to get it. But this Baron is the next objective coming up, 10 seconds on that, and so far both of these comps have ways to go in. Both of these comps have engaged tools, as Ichi is trying to look for something down bot lane, but these mid laners keep on clashing and it keeps being no kills for either of them.
Both of these mids playing this incredibly well. The Assassin continuing to press forward, Ichi continuing to hold him at bay. Tower is dropping dangerously low, and DWowza continues to threaten, not taking the tower shot. Burger Flipper en route, but so is Vi. When you can't win the 1v1, turn it into a 2 versus 2. And is continuous pressure here, as in the mid lane. Dutch might be looking, but he elects to flip his way around. And the tension diffuses.
And something I do want to discuss before these teams take into effect their fighting gloves is this Gore Drinker on Burger Flipper, something I completely missed. And it is an interesting build because it does mean that you have a lot more sustain in those 5v5s. You have a lot more sort of the ability to stay alive, but it at the cost of some of that lethality, at the cost of some of that one-shotting capabilities. And having the Quell Fields mean that he could go anywhere with the continuation of this build, but Gore Drinker Kha'Zix is definitely something I'm not used to seeing. I don't know if you've seen this more, Sandbag, but definitely this is new for me.
I've actually seen this quite a bit here, as we see a breakdown here from Shiki Ornn. I've actually seen it quite a bit in situations where especially the marksman gets ahead, because you don't feel like you need to be that primary AD damage. You already have Shiki, 6, 0, 4. 2 items on deck already. You don't necessarily need more AD. Lethality is not going to be so helpful as the immediate jump Yase is going to be able to dredge line his way to safety, but will die to Yomi all the same, meaning a pick here in the jungle. They might look to turn it into a bit more. Tobataco does spot them out. Blast going in, so Vitagen, numbers up, are going to be setting their sights on this Baron.
Baron gonna be started, 9,000 HP so far. Burger Flipper,
ults.
Smite, and
They
Flash
have numbers
available.
advantage. They have numbers advantage, but no ults on deck. Tobataco gonna be instantly jumped on and destroyed in this team fight. Shiki Orange gotta do the lion's share of the work. D-Wowza turning onto Loco. One more smash from this Alistair forces D-Wowza into his stopwatch. Yomi gonna be ripped apart by his enemy AD carry. Now Burger Flipper sitting here, waiting for his perfect opportunity. Loco finds a two-man pull, but will instantly die. One more Blade Caller roots down the enemy jungler, and Shiki Orin continues to walk forward directly in the face of Vitagen. You got the support, but it cost you 3 ultimates, and D5 make them pay on the tail end of the fight.
And found one back. He's hired Shelly, an absolute mercenary on Baron, as it is gonna have to be a pullback with no jungler on the side of D5. A little bit of an oopsie whoopsie there from Burger Flipper. Definitely flipped himself onto the wrong end of the Baron's enemy list, which does mean that he was just absolutely taken out TP on the bot side from Ant. Ultimate is almost up, so Cold Forge Guard could be big here, but I can't even go over the last team fight before these teams
No,
want
you
to
got a
fight
moment.
again.
You got a
But
moment. They're recalling. Go for
I
it.
have a little bit of time. Okay, quickly, right? It was Shiki Orin, once again, not being hit by absolutely anybody, just free firing for the entire fight, as it is gonna be the replay we take a look at. And look at this Zaya, no one hurting him. It was Loco at the back end who tried to get that, but it just wasn't enough. And a good Feather Storm came out as well. Jomi trying to find what he could, but diving on the wrong end. As just look at Cheeky Orin, the damage coming out. Loco trying to find a good knockup. It was a really good start from him, but just Cheeky Orin double kill and making his way out with the blast cones that you mentioned earlier, Sandbag, which did mean that it was Baron that got the eventual kill.
Baron was able to chip in on the Vitagen side. He's enjoying this series just as much as ER and wants a little bit more here, so he's ended up putting a stop to the Baron take himself before things can get too out of hand. And this is still well within Vitagen's capabilities. D5 have a lead, and they are continuing to press. D-Wowza going golden. Call the Forge God still going to be able to knock him up. It is timed perfectly, and the mid laner has fallen. The fish biting off more than he can chew and getting punished for it.
They find the mid laner, but I don't think they're done quite yet, as Ichi does have a couple of stacks to burn off of that Spirit Rush. Gonna look for something, but not gonna be finding any value on that as they are moving towards the Baron. Flash is not up for Burger Flipper, sorry, but does have the jump, does have the smite, and might look for the steal as well.
TP in from Tobataco. They're ready to go 4 versus 5. The opportunity was still here, considering Ant, Ichi, Jomi, no ultimates available. They are able to get the TP out. Vitagen's going to be happy getting Tobataco Summoner, but they peel off the Baron, meaning the dance will continue here.
And speaking of the dance, a lot of people got their dancing shoes on this game. We've seen some flashy, we've seen some dashy plays, as we have a TP on the mid lane, but Ichi's gonna try do what he can to keep his tower alive. And I did mention it earlier, with the Doran's Ring start, interestingly enough, Ichi's not gonna opt in for the static shiv, as we just have Burger Flipper playing around a little bit with the Orin, but with having the Gore Drinker, only having one item, not gonna do too much damage to Ant, which just means that Orin is gonna just look at him in the face, squash him with his little foot like the bug he is, and just laugh as he walks his way out. Now, going back to this Ichi build, not gonna be a static shift in his inventory, but they have started up the Baron once again on the side of Vitagen.
Once more, this time D-Wowza is the one to TP in, down to 8k HP is the Baron. Cease and desist, pulls through 2. They've instantly turned on the Burger Flipper, and they have felled him. The top laner's going to be the next one on the chopping block. Shiki Orin gets himself popped up by yet another Loco Pulverize. Flashing away is Shiki. He finds a big Blade Caller ripping back through the lines of Vitagen, but now he's under fire from the Ornn. He's the last one standing, and with Ant zoning him out, it is Loco coming up with a big engage. Vitagen trying to finish this one off. The Bellows Breath will melt the final member of D5, and that is an ace to the side of Vitagen.
And that is a shutdown on, and as we take a look at the fight back here, it looked so good as well. They immediately killed Burger Flipper, immediately killed Tobataco, but look at Wowza in this fight. Finding so much damage, Shikyorin trying to do what he can, and Wowza finds one. The ultimate was so good, almost finds three, sorry, does get a double kill in the end, and Jomi almost going down as well. But finally, Shikyorin gets shut down. The god has died. The Zaya can bleed, and it was Ant who ended up picking the kill. So not the ideal target for a shutdown, but definitely gonna be good in the pocket of Thorn.
Yeah, Ornn is more than happy to take that 1k. Yeah, sure, you won it onto a carry, but as the Ornn player myself, sometimes funding the Gunslinger, Paladin, Knight, Mage, Tank, Bruiser, Assassin, DPS, Cleric, Priest, Support, Engaged Champion, Disengaged Champion, Warden, Champion, it's worth giving him the 1k. He deserved it. He's gonna give you it right back in terms of Ornn items himself, so let Ant have his fun.
That sounded more like Asante than Ornn to me, like as a champion description, you know, being the one man that can do it all. But yeah, definitely a very good pickup there. And having the spellbook as well means that you can swap out that TP, as Vitagen is once again, this is the third time trying to take this Baron, and we'll see if they can be successful this time.
The third time, but this time Tobataco no TP, meaning 4k HP left on the Baron. They're gonna elect to fix this one just on the flip. Baron Flipper will not be able to pick this one up, meaning Duchess Smite is true. Re-engage here from Ant, call the Forge God onto Shikyorin, meaning he can't free fire, and without the extra member, Tobataco learned to the party. Vitagen get the objective, Vitagen get the team fight, and Vitagen get complete control of the map now.
And with that, Vitagen gets soul as well. They get absolutely everything. Tobataco is trying to make his way out as well. And Chemtech soul gonna be secured. And we were talking about this earlier, yes. Not the best soul to have in the game. It is the plants that make the game more interesting. But definitely not something Vitagen is gonna give up, is it? If it is as free as it is here. And it was such a good fight for Vitagen. Burger Flipper is gonna have to go back to flipping them burgers, because flipping Barons is not going his way.
Just feels like Dutch has been the Smite warrior here in this series. He's consistently winning these 50-50s. He was able to find one at the level 1 mark to defend his blue buff. He's able to find one here on the Baron despite the Kazakh's best efforts to try and combo it himself. And it has just been Dutch on the Smite, dispelling the playoff Dutch debuffs, keeping his team nice and locked and loaded in these crucial situations, trying to go to match point.
And where do you go from here if you are the side of D5? Because Vitagen currently has the Baron buff, has the Chemtech soul, has everything they need, and could have the team fight as well. But it's
Wowza looking forwards, but he does find only Loco, meaning that is not the target you're going to try and whittle your way through. He doesn't have any real magic pen, he's got no void, he's got no crystal, so it's going to be a while to try and chunk your way through that big old moo cow.
And the death ball of Vitagen moving their way towards that top side, or trying to, as it's gonna be D5, putting some pressure on this mid lane. Jomi taking a base here as well. Gonna try to find a different angle to protect this wave. Does have the Shiv in his inventory, but they're actually gonna keep going here.
They've caught him in rotation. The flank from the Ornn here is called the Forge God. Hits everybody, lining them up, popping them up. Vitagen find their moment to strike. The 80 carry is dead, and with it, the resistance from D5. Ant does have the ghost from that spellbook, trying to find the pop-up on the Searing Charge. Instead, Loco gets it himself. Burger Flipper is only able to drag Dutch further into his team, meaning 3 men dead on D5, D-Wowza, and Tobataco. They don't have much wave clear themselves. Now these Baron creeps are going to absolutely decimate D5's defenses.
Inhib tower down, Inhib down. They're gonna look for the game here on the side of Vitagen.
They might just look to close. Shikyorin up in 10. They have found Tobataco. He goes golden as D-Wowza is left watching his kingdom fall here. shut down by Jomi, locked up, knocked down, Loco punches away Shiki, goes golden to keep the KDA intact, and that is Vitagen moving themselves to match point 2-1 in this best of 5.
Vitagen find game números dos, and it is D5 who are fighting the uphill battle. It is D5 that have the comeback too, and it is D5 who are gonna have to do it all, as we're gonna move over to the analyst desk as we prep game number 3.
Hello, everyone, and what a game 3 as a match point goes over to Vitagen, and that means they are one game away from taking home the SLE title. But what a banger of a game. Back and forth, because Dolly 5 looks like they had that game set in stone, and Shikioran was looking absolutely crazy, but out of nowhere, a few overextensions, a few overconfident plays, and I don't know, Vitagen pop off and take the game.
Yeah, huge comeback. It looked so confident for the side of D5. Exactly how you said it. Shiki having an amazing game. He was so huge. In a lot of these team fights, he was untouched, just auto-attacking, just proccing little tempo and just going at it through the whole team fight. But that Baron fight, what a clutch fight by Loco that actually gets I think hooked by Jesse and then just goes 1 against 3 solo, just holds off the entire Vitagen, entire D5 Fed carries. Cheeky just auto-attacking Alistar with ult. The whole team fight is not able to do any damage. Meanwhile, on the other side, 4 people of Vitagen turning onto the flank, killing I think both solo laners from the side of D5. And after that, it was an absolute cleanup crew. I think that fight turned that game around. And yeah, Loco. Who else than Loco to carry a most important team fight of the series so far?
Yeah, you have to say the bot lane and Vitagen really are coming clutch, but I have to admit, I think Dutch is having a fantastic series as well. I think the way he played that game, it was looking dire. The solo lanes of Vitagen were in a position where it was like it almost looked like there was no coming back from it. But the plays that, I mean, it seemed like Dutch was the initiator. He popped the ultimate and everyone followed. It was almost like the story of this Vitagen roster. They play off this man in the jungle, and you know, as you said as well, Loco in the bot lane with Jomi, and I think those two are having a fantastic series. But yeah, I think one thing for sure, as much as Vitagen did get the win, they should consider themselves extremely lucky because that game was out of their hands, in my opinion. I thought if it wasn't for the smite secures and if it wasn't for certain clutch picks, and more importantly, I have to say, if it wasn't for this Kha'Zix being so far behind, this game was over.
Yeah, it was over, and it was in Shiki's hands to carry this. He has had a pretty difficult series in game 1 and 2, even though in the game 2 they did pull off the win. In this game, he was in the perfect scenario to carry this on a champion that can self-peel, on a champion that on like such a massive gold lead. But it's not enough to kill the front line of Vitagen, and I have to say, I did not like the Bloodthirster third in his build. I think he should have gone for earlier LDR, and I believe in those fights he could not deal any damage to the Ornn and to the. Of course, Alistar is pretty difficult to damage with his ultimate. Still, big. I'd say a throw, even though Loco kind of made it happen, and then the rest of the Vitagen squad followed up on it and played very, very good in these team fights and made good decisions with the Baron forces and things like that. I think it was still a bit of a throw by D5. They will go into game 4 very, very upset with themselves.
Yeah, they will indeed. I think if you are Dolly 5, I think you probably want to look at that game and be like, listen, we clearly have the individual skill to be able to overcome our opponents, but Where the struggle is you can see Vitagen as a team, they're just much better. They're more coordinated. I think Dolly 5, they look all over the place. And even some of these fights, like they're relying way too much on individual skill as opposed to being good as a team. And it's like we see Shikiora and he's so strong, but it's just not like at some point it just wasn't enough. It wasn't coordinated enough. It was a case of like play through desire. And they weren't able to do that, and kind of similar to Vitagen in some of the earlier fights. It was like play through Kai'Sa. There were a lot of times where it's like you saw Ari playing extremely defensive, not making any aggressive plays, whilst the Kai'Sa was trying to look for angles, and it was a bit disjointed. And as soon as Vitagen start hitting the go button together, that's where they start turning the fights. And I think Dolly 5, they just weren't able to coordinate at all.
Yeah, and we see another win for this kind of a death ball comp and another defeat for a comp that has the tools to counter it. This has definitely been the story of the season, I'd say even in other series as well, and it has been the story of the finals. Will we see a draft adaptations from both sides, both of them going for these type of death ball comps, Adrian?
Yeah, I think I mean, you said earlier on, Death Ball comp seems to be the way to go. Dolly 5 now, 2 games they've tried to pick something where, hey, let me skill check you, and arguably so they have done, but in a competitive environment and against a team like Vitagen where you basically have, I mean, Anta's a rookie, but on the other side, you have 4 players that are so experienced competitively that when it comes to individual skill, their macro knowledge and their experience of how to win these games will overcome that. And I think that's been the name of the game with Vitagen's wins this series. It's like the early game doesn't look that good for them, but because they're a better team and because they understand how to play the game in a competitive sense, better than their opponents. When I say better, I don't mean like as players, they know comp better than the Dolly 5 players, but I mean, as a squad, they are a lot more well-practiced, and you can see that they're well more drilled than the Dolly 5 squad. I think that has been the defining factor for them. As I believe we are ready to head into the draft for this 4th game. Now, Mikis, if you remember, at the start of the series, I said that this was kind of similar to how we won. In our first split in the SLE. And if you remember the scoreline, what was the scoreline?
It was 3-1 in the finals, and yeah, we see the draft adaptation right there. Ivern being taken out from the Vitagen side this time, which it's no Nyla ban, so will we see Shiki picking it up here?
Yep, Nyla is open. Now, it's very comfortable for Shiki. Last time around, he did first pick the Samira, but he will go for the Kai'Sa, taking a page out of Vitagen's book. Now, I personally am not a fan of B1ing Kai'Sa, but it does have 100% win rate in this series so far. Hang on. Have we got the teams on the wrong side? By any chance? Should be right. Okay, well, there's a Nyla pick for... Oh, yeah, no, it isn't. I think it was just a troll hover. Anyway, we got baited by that.
Yeah. I think a huge thing that happened last draft is that Loco showed the Alistar.
Yeah.
And if that champion is on board and if they're confident in picking it, I think it's very good against both Nyla and Samira. So if the support pick isn't picked by the side of Vitagen, I believe it's so difficult for Shiki to confidently go for one of those picks. And yeah, we see it just taking the Kai'Sa, and I sometimes like this kind of adaptation. I think if you, as a player, if you play one champion multiple times, you're kind of getting very comfortable on it, and you really feel yourself. I think I agree with Dolly 5 to force Yomi play something else in this game for.
Yeah, I completely agree. And Dolly 5, I mean, with the Kai'Sa, we've seen what Vitagen have run with the Kai'Sa, and you can assume they'll be going for a more traditional composition as you see the Ari being picked up. I wouldn't be surprised if a Vi is to follow. But yeah, I think Dolly 5, they're now in a position where they are up against a match point Vitagen, and they are up against the wall, so they will be pressured coming into this game with Zyra Rakan already locked in for Vitagen. And you can imagine right now, Dolly 5, they have confident players, but maybe potentially they are feeling the pressure because, you know, knowing these kind of players, they're definitely, I don't want to call them ego players, obviously, but they value being able to pick up wins. And dropping the finals to Vitagen would definitely be something that they do not want to do.
This must be like a vibe band here, right? Actually curious, what would you would have done? Would you have picked Nautilus on Blue 3 or the Vi? Because both were options, right?
So I think I think both is fine because essentially if you pick Nautilus here, there is the risk of obviously of Vitagen banning Vi. It's a really strong combo, but there are other mid jungle pairings that do work pretty well. Alternatively, if you don't pick the Nautilus here, Vitagen have free reign to just ban whatever Jesse wants to, or what they think Jesse wants to play. Kai'Sa Nautilus we saw in game 1 as a fantastic pairing in the bot lane, so I would say Kai'Sa Nautilus is probably higher priority than Ori Vi. Obviously, it depends on what team or how your team practices, but it does seem like Dolly 5 are prioritizing the Kai'Sa Nautilus over the Ori and the Vi, so I think it's absolutely fine to go for the Nautilus priority. Vi isn't banned out, and yeah, it's not. On top of that, Vi's not the easiest pick to execute here. It's a great combo, but I think into Talia, you do get stunned by the Q. Your ultimate still goes off, but actually Vi being banned by Dolly 5 instead. It could be a case where Burger Flipper doesn't play it, so yeah.
Yeah. I mean, now we see the Y ban potentially, yeah, coming out from yeah, I think if they didn't ban the Y, it would have been R for Y. I think they were kind of preparing to pick it, you know, like won't give it away to the Ari. And yeah, I think that was the plan there. Yeah, I'm actually curious to see what is going to be the adaptation. There's no adaptation really. There's a Maokai, and I think we're gonna get what we talked about. We're gonna get two team comps that are just all about fighting each other and all about just pulling the trigger and going for these team fights.
Whoa.
Will we see it?
Yeah.
I'll wait for it.
Yeah, as you said, pulling the trigger is definitely what both teams want to do. Talia Maokai, really strong combo. I'm actually interested that Top Attacker has gone for the Ornn, considering he's had Ant's number basically every single game. So, yeah, putting him on the tank, and Burger Flipper will pick up the Kindred. I personally, I much prefer the Graves of the Kindred. I think Graves is pretty good. What I will say is they've picked a really good composition into Italia, as in for the side of Italia. This is a fantastic setup for Itchy to carry this game, and I actually think the matchup is in his favor. The setup from the Maokai and the Rakan is in his favor. Italia is really good against champions like Kindred and Ori and Nautilus as well. So I think this is another similar to last game, another really great game from Itchy. For Itchy, sorry, as Anta locks in the Mordekaiser into the Ornn. Really good pick there.
A really good pick indeed, but yeah, this time we will see. We will see the full 5v5 team fight, and the draft is actually even though we have confirmed that the right side is Vitagen and the blue side is Dolly 5, it still feels very opposite way, you know. It feels like it's Vitagen playing the blue side draft and Dolly 5 playing the red side draft, and it's gonna be very interesting to see how it's played out.
I know what you mean, but of course, what I will say is I feel like Dolly 5 have players that like to tease, that like to toy around. I think we saw a lot of last game, Wazza just pressing E under the turret just for taunting purposes in our finals. Like they are these kind of like, you know, in your face kind of players, and right now they're up against the walls. So they are going to, you know, building team comps that they believe will bring them over the line and tie the series up, because, you know, we look across the board. Shikiaran is known for his Kai'Sa. DY is a fantastic RE player. We've seen Jesse pilot the Nautilus already this series. Tobataco, he played the Sejuani in the first game. I'm sure he can play the Ornn. And Burger Flipper on the Kindred. So they're not off comfort. They're not completely... They haven't just gone like, Vitagen have won with this kind of team comp, we're going to run it. They are on their champions, but I think now that they're 1-2 down in the series with one game, potentially, if it goes to Vitagen, they are finished. The finals does go to the opposite side. They are saying to themselves, let's not mess around anymore, and let's play properly, kind of thing.
Absolutely agree, and it took them to be like with their backs against the wall to finally draft like fully serious. I did enjoy the drafts before as well. I did like to see Fizz. I did like to see like Samira and Renga. All those picks were really fun, and I really appreciate from Dolly 5. But this is more of a standard draft, and we'll see how Dolly 5 performs on the standard draft. If they were pretty good on the cheesy draft already, I believe they can play this.
Yeah, I believe they can. And weirdly enough, this is exactly what you mentioned. You wanted to see Dolly 5 run some sort of death ball. They don't have as much of a death ball as Vitagen have put together, but they definitely have a squad, a team comp, that can resemble that. And I think this is the most death ball we've seen coming out of Dolly 5. And I think one interesting thing is, so far, the series has looked like Dolly 5 win in terms of the individual matchups. They lose out in terms of when it comes to team play. But the game that Dolly 5 won, I have to admit, it was quite cheesy. This time around, it's like... Because I feel like if the series goes 3-1 in favor of Vitagen, we're going to look back and talk about the series as like the one game D5 won was off of a Rengar Ivan cheese. And they definitely do not want that to be the storyline here. So they definitely will show up, and I'm excited to see how they pull off this more traditional team comp that they have.
Yeah, we see another. Again, I believe that Ichi is really put in position of having a lot of tools on a great champion here. I think the placement of the anti-mobility spell, I don't know which one is that by Kindred, by Talia. I think it's gonna be so huge in these fights, not allowing the Nautilus engages and movement, not allowing the Ari movement, not allowing the Kai'Sa movement as well, and even Kindred movement, right?
Yep.
I think he has the tools to be a massive playmaker as well. But this time, actually, Zaya also having a lot of self-peel tools, and it's gonna be so important for this Mordekaiser to be huge, because if he can get massive in these team fights, and if he can be able to 1v1 any of these carries, I think that still can turn these team fights around. And I believe that Vitagen have drafted themselves such a good comp. And if I would have to predict a winner, I think we just might see a SLE champion crowned in this game.
Yeah, we might do indeed. And we were all sort of saying like it would be great to go to 5 games here. I do believe we have the potential, but with the momentum going, and especially the way that last game went, one aspect of series is how you can mentally get through the whole set of games. And if you lose a game like you did in that last game, where it was literally in your hands and you just threw it off the back of some careless team fighting, then you get real frustrated. I feel like Dolly 5, they are probably not the players to fall under that category, as they have confidence within themselves, but yeah, it's not an easy situation. Backs are against the wall. The pressure is there. One thing I will say about scenarios like this, and especially when it comes to teams that contain this level of talent that Dolly 5 have, is that when your backs are against the walls, each player will activate this aspect in their brain where it's like no mistakes. And this is potentially where Dolly 5 could get extremely scary.
Yeah, they can, and with this more, with this more casual team fight comp, I also think that they have the tools to do so. Just as I said last game, Ichi on the Ari, I'm so curious to see what the Wowza can do on this same champion. I always like these types of storylines, these types of moments when one player plays a champion in one game and the next game his opponent picks the exactly same champion. And I always like to compare them. I always like to see how good or bad they are compared to each other. And the Wowza as well, and having this champion and can turn these team fights around, knowing how good of a player he is.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. And I mean, speaking of individual players, I feel like if you're Dolly 5 here, you have to kind of be looking at your solo lanes. I think, admittedly, the Vitagen solo lanes have been struggling in the series in the lane phase. So I think if you're Dolly 5, you need to play through that and utilize your strong solo lanes performances throughout these games to maximum efficiency.
Yeah. So you're picking D5 here.
I think. See, I feel like game 1 and 3, it looks like it was just because D5 had drafted a comp like. I will say it, like, I would say it was quite disrespectful to pick those kind of team comps or those champions in a finals, right? And it was the biggest reason why they lost, I felt. But now they've drafted correctly or like normally, respected that Vitagen aren't just like a team that you can just push over. So I think with that, I think D5 will probably take this game. Or at least I hope, because I want to go to game 5. But yeah, we'll see.
We'll see, and with that, we can hand it over to casters. Let's go for game 5.
What's this time? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to D5, taking on Vitagen, do or die situation for the Dolly 5, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I am Sandbag, this is Dessa. For those of you just turning in, we watched Vitagen take the lead, push us to match point, and now everything is on the line here for D5. Dessa, what are we looking for? We're talking about, before the cameras cut, we're talking about who's the rock, who steps up under pressure, and who are we looking to try and get that going for these side?
Well, for you at least, it was Dutch, and we did end up going into the role before I got to answer the question. So now I get to do it on live instead, which is always fun. So I would definitely agree with you. I feel like it's gonna have to be Dutch because this is his time. Last time around, like was already mentioned on the analyst desk before game number 1, he fell short. Wasn't good enough to make it, but Vitagen.
No.
Jesse, my friend.
Okay. He heard the Jaws music starting to play in his headset and realized that is not where he wanted to be. Oh, he's walking back in again. And they will see them. They know that they do not own their red buff. They have the information but are powerless to stop it.
Jesse, my friend, my heart skipped a beat right there. But yeah, it's gonna have to be Dutch going big and could potentially be locked out here. Vision is good for the side of D5, which does mean that Dutch will just get spotted out. Already knew that was happening, doesn't want to take an early unfavored fight here on the bot side. So Dutch gonna have to be the cornerstone of Vitagen comp. Obviously on the Makai, like you already said, is very easy to do. You'd get to dictate when your team fights being on that CC tank, and he's already, to me, been a really good player during this entire series. I feel like a lot of the things he's done has been right. But on the other side, you put it on Wowza, if I remember correctly, before the game started.
I did indeed. I think that he's going to be the one to try and facilitate his Kindred. He's the one who's going to be trying to get those marks on that Kindred if he can, because Burger Flipper without marks is a completely different beast, and he has proven in that second game on that Rengar, he can take over a game if he is funded. So I think it's up to D-Wowza as the single real winning lane for D5. Ant is going to try and beat up on Tobataco. Zaya Rakan will win out early. It's going to be up to D-Wowza to try and help his Kindred not just get completely posted up in the rest of this game.
Yeah, this Kindred is gonna have to be big. So I think comp-wise, I would agree with you. This mid lane is gonna be key for D5 to go through, but Shikorin has just been so good already in this series, already been so good in these games. I feel like as a player, if he can find a lead, he might just be able to put this one to bed, as we already see an aggressive trade on top side. But on the bot side, Mark will lose the 50-50. Burger Flipper gonna find an engage.
He's going to get knocked up by that grand entrance. Charm finds Loco.
Oh.
Dutch is able to smite this one away and run off into his jungle. Jomi there to facilitate the exit. Good reaction times from the Maokai as Dutch will get out with his prize, deny the mark. And yes, he loses flash, but I feel like you're okay with that at the end of the day.
The 50-50 is lost. Obviously, on Kindred, it can go either way. And this time, it does not go the way of Burger Flipper. Loses the mark, loses that early fight as well. It was a good flash try from Jesse to try to get that early mark regardless onto Burger Flipper, but a good flash away from Dutch as well. Both members having Hex Flash, so both members really not being too sad about the flash trade, but still it was so close for Burger Flipper, and already being double crabbed on Kindred, a champion that's meant to try to get ahead in the early game cannot feel good if you are the side of D5, but Burger Flipper trying to find quick revenge as he's made his way onto the bot lane.
At the end of the day, the second scuttle is small potatoes. You care much more about marks than the individual moves, but Jomi forced to flash away already. Burger Flipper going to be exhausted. The dance of arrows will not get him away from the root, meaning the bot lane of Vitagen are able to disengage, but at the expense of every single spell at their disposal, plus the health bar. They made it costly.
Blade Caller was really good there, kept Jomi alive. Jess is still hunting, still looking for the dredge line, but is not gonna find it as Burger Flipper gets his base cancelled again. And it's just so much time bought by the bot lane of Vitagen. Such a good play from them, and there's just nothing being found, and trying to find some more vision up in the top side. Is he gonna steal away the Grump? No, not gonna be cheeky enough for that, as we have a dancing Ornn in the top lane, and Ornn dance, definitely one of my favorite when it comes to the game.
He's going to be building himself a little bit of MR early on into this game, upgrading the No Magic Mantle. So Tobataco feeling a little bit better about his position, considering Vitagen have drafted themselves, yes, strong lanes. Ant, Dutch, Itchy, all in a vacuum. But you realize Ant, AP, Dutch, AP, Itchy, also AP, Merc Treads can really start to take the edge out of that early wave. And now we have the Hex Splash from Dutch. D-Wowza not in range for that, so he's just going to be saying hello. Hit him over the head with a Sapling to ruin his first strike that he does not have, but the Charm will connect. Itchy forced to flash away. Dutch is en route, does not have that flash available to try and flash W onto D-Wowza, meaning it is going to be a trade of summoner spells for pressure. Vitagen's mid laner able to escape.
And even Ichi throwing out the ultimate there on the end. Jessica look for a hook here. They have the wave right by their side, but not gonna be going too aggressive there. And Dutch again invading Burger Flipper. Not sure who picked up the Raptor there, but with Dutch being level 5, I would assume it went his way, and using the Hex Flash to go over the wall as well. And Mark on the top side, Burger Flipper is just not having fun with these marks, not having fun with the 50-50s, and it's gonna be Dutch to pick that one up. And you were talking about earlier, Sandbag, where Ant just gets a lead on the top lane and tries to solo these crabs, but this time it was the 2v1 on the crab by the top jungle.
D-Wowza is not even healthy enough to try and help his Kindred. He's going to be flipping in flashing away from the flip out of Itchy, but Burger Flipper feels like he's starting to get either a little bit desperate or a little bit tilted here. He goes in knowing D-Wowza really couldn't join. Look at his health and his mana. That's even after some regen, so he loses his flash, he loses the Drake, and is relegated to just doing his red buff. 0 stacks at the 8-minute mark.
I'm a little bit surprised on Dutch not using the W there onto Burger Flipper. Obviously, I feel like Twisted Advance, yes, it has a low range, but I feel like the range isn't that low as they are gonna pick up the dragon here on the side of Vitagen, starting that stacking very early. And once again, it is a Hextech Chemtech as the first 2 dragons. Unfortunately, you'll find the pick there if you are a Vitagen fan, but so far, like you said, it is Burger Flipper not managed to find himself a lead early into this game. And we were talking about this top lane a little bit. Yes, Ant does win it out early on the Mordekaiser, but Tobatako so far is doing a fantastic job of just keeping himself on the same level. CS is currently a difference of 6, but obviously Tobatako hasn't CS this wave that much, which means he will be able to catch up a little bit. But this top lane matchup not going to the way of Vitagen as much as we would have thought. Yes, XP lead is there, but Tobatako should hit 8 off of this wave as well. And it is a top lane Herald being started up here on the side of D5, trying to find something back here.
Yesei has made the roam up ahead of the enemy Khan, meaning he has won some time for his jungler. D5 able to pick up this Rift Herald, and smiting it away. 1 HP left, put the shots into it. Burger Flipper grabbing the eye. That will be an injection of gold that is very well liked. Charm connecting, setting him up for the dredge line. That is going to be a dead mid laner. Who does it go to? D-Wowza mops that one up. Unfortunately, Burger Flipper not able to get KP, and you had to let him get a touch on. That was his mark. Let him get his marks here. He's still struggling. So yes, D5, nice play, but I honestly would have let him get an auto in if I was able to.
Grand prize is gonna be first blood onto Wowza, but unfortunately, like you said, not gonna be the mark picked up. Wowza will be back in here with the extra gold, will pick up a lot of components here, but so far, Ichi has played a good game in his own right. I feel like Talia, nothing to scoff at during this game, has been a good job from both mid-jungle duos. I feel like for both Team Shikorin, gonna find himself a little bit of a tree in his lane, but is gonna be able to just back away out of that one. Doesn't want to push in too deep, and 10 minutes for first blood is definitely the most calm early game we are yet to see this series, and both teams know that this is their game to win. Obviously, Vitagen, if they win this game, they will take the entire series. They will be the finals winners. And D5, this has to be their game if they want to win it. This has to be their game if they want to bring it to a game 5. Dragon is going to be spawning up here in 2 minutes, so both teams just fighting for some early vision control. But Dutch trying to make his play down bot here. And who would you favor Sandbag in these early game fights?
Early game fights, let me try and walk my way through it as yes, he's gotta try and make the great escape. Dutch didn't want to flash in onto oncoming traffic here. 4 versus 3, though. I'm not sure you're going to want to take this fight from Vitagen. Rooted up is Loco. He's going to be flashing for his own safety. Ant now putting the hammer down into the rest of D5 himself. One-way trip to Brazil. All expenses paid. D-Wowza will die at the hands of the Mordekaiser. Lamb's Respite is able to buy some time waiting for the call of the Forge God to look for the knockup, but he can't get the redirect. 2 dead for Ant, trying to yank him out from the refuge of their turret as 4 will fall. Vitagen bringing more members to the party and slaying them where they stand.
And Vitagen answering my question before you could Sandbag, as it is gonna be a team fight victory for them. And taking a look back at the replay, and between 5 but with the Death Realm manages to turn the 5v1 into a 1v1 and definitely favors him, as the wall was so good from Itchy. Burger Flipper, no flash, Tobatako flash up but doesn't want to use it, and he double kill for Ant, almost a triple, but an ace for Vitagen, which means that it is a 3,000 gold lead for them. And Sandbag, if I'm D5, I'm starting to get a little bit scared here for their future.
Yeah, starting to sweat for sure are the D5 members, but they are not out completely by any stretch of the imagination. 2k gold lead, yes, one dragon, but the second one is spawning, and they can always look to turn this around. Once Kindred gets rolling, she can start getting absolutely snowballing as she does pick up that Drake. Sorry, pick up that scuttle in preparation for the Drake, and now Yesse's got to try and head for the hills here. Hex Drake will be incoming. Sorry. Yes, Hex Drake. Pardon me. I'm getting myself a little bit muddled. I keep looking at this crab. It will be Vitagen owning the pit. It will be them owning the Drake. And they will be able to pick this one up. Save some sort of nonsense from Wolf grabbing this one away.
Definitely, as the Drake, it will be picked up here on the side of Vitagen, and we have an Infernal Soul on the map. And could the story be any better? The script writes itself as Ant is looking for Wowza on the top side.
Nature's Grasp will be thrown out here from Dutch, able to get the ultimate from Wowza. Just trading those ones out. It's a pretty low cooldown on both of those things. Just willing to throw them out for poke. You know, maybe you come up with something, maybe you don't. It's not the end of the world either way. But this Mordekaiser, it was held in check by Toba Taco. It was trying to do the best it could to stand up to the early resistance, and then absolutely decimated the team fight. It was his TP, along with, like you mentioned, the Weaver's Wall from Talia, that really turned that around.
And I mean, Tobataco did it. He did his job. He kept Ant in check. And then one bot lane fight later, 202 Demonic Embrace completed as well. And this Mordekaiser just unleashed. He got all those kills, all that lead down at the bot lane. Tobataco tried to TP in as well, but just not as much value in this early game fight as the Mordekaiser. And we have a little bit of a fight here on the bot side.
Loco and Jomi are ready to collapse. Quickness has been popped. Grand entrance to knock Loco into the air. Now turning around is Shiki Orin. 3 versus 4. Ichi en route. Top laner still a long way away, but the wallet proves to be too much. D5 sound the retreat, but they do it too late. 2 men dead, and it is Vitagen starting to get the wheels turning. The train is gathering steam, and D5 find themselves in the tracks.
Jomi absolutely runs over D5 with the train, and it was his Featherstorm, his Blade Caller that started and ended all of that, with them picking it up as well. Drake spawning up here in 3 minutes, and this Infernal Soul is the last thing you want to see if you are D5. This is the game you want the Clouds on. His Burger Flipper is trying to find the crab up top. He's going to pick it up, and he's actually going to make his way out as well. But both of these teams looking for blood. Both of these teams looking for some fights and sandbag. This is a very topsy-turvy game.
Very topsy-turvy indeed. Gold lead is somewhere in the 4K currently. Every single neutral objective going Vitagen's way. Every fight going their way. This is currently where I have one of 2 options for D5. You either have to try and pull the trigger and full send if you feel like you're going to get choked out of the game. As Tobataco throws out the Call of the Forge God, only finds an aftershocked Maokai. Not exactly a premium target. Or you got to try and look to farm up if you're trying to move forwards into this game. Do we like D5's chances at trying to scaling it out?
You know, I know you say like try to farm it out, but I feel like at this point, if you try to farm it out, you're not favored any more than you are now. On the Kindred, you need to try to pick up these early marks, try to find some early lead, and yes, items will help you through that, but it's the 4 mark threshold that you really need to get to. That's when you start picking up the extra range, start picking up the extra stacks as well, and the extra buffs from that passive of yours. So even if he does get a couple of kills, it's the stacks that he needs to find, that he needs to get. And on the other side, Vitagen is very happy to take this into the later stages of the game, as Dragon is spawning up in 1 minute, and both of these teams already looking for vision.
Trying to get as much control as you possibly can. D5 are gonna likely lose their mid T1 here, and the flip in D Wowza just destroyed, not expending the flash. Thought he was out of it, but Ichi finds a beautiful knockback, And once again, the fight feels over before it starts. Mid under siege, Dutch is looking for more, throwing out the ultimate. At a bit of a zoning angle, he does find the Nautilus, but not much more. Throwing up the thummies, more than happy to just continue pressing forwards, walking them backwards, and the coils of this snake really start to loop around D5.
It's just zoning ultimates all around.
Yes, I'm not sure you liked what you picked up here as they're going underneath your turret. Maokai will escape with his life. Loco the same. The flank from Tobataco, but he turns it on to Yomi of all people. Able to get something back for his team. But now Itchy diving forwards, going 1-for-1 with his opposition. 80 carries dead. It's a real disjointed fight. But as Ant arrives, 2 men dead on the side of Vitagen, maybe they can look for a little bit more here. They do control the river, but this is a scary top laner for Ant.
But do they control the reins to keep the Mordekaiser out? And he's gonna try find his way in.
5k HP, Searing Charge has already been committed, and no ultimate on Tobataco means he has no more knockups. Ant is left to hit absolutely nobody, 4k left, and now Ant is finding himself isolated. He is a scary lad, but Dutch is going to be diving back in. 2-man pop-up from this Ornn. It's a disjointed fight. Burger Flipper taking damage from enemy team as well as the Dragon, but they have killed the Juggernaut. They have killed the raid boss. Keep Dutch out of the pit, 12k HP, they will do it. And D5 turned this around, equalizing out the kills as close as they could, picking up the objective. There's still some tricks up their sleeve. Yes, they forced to flash away. The extra move speed from the Ghost might pull him back into range, but one more dredge line gets him to safety. And D5 fight their way out of the corner in spectacular style.
E5, my friend, is absolutely popping off in that team fight. As we take a look back on the replay, it all started so well for Vitagen. Tobataco finding a beautiful flank, and the Jomi pick here was absolutely massive. Being able to find the 5-on-0 Zaya, Shikorin as well, picking up the shutdown. Kaisa getting that gold is absolutely humongous. Burger Flipper picking up a mark as well. And it just, everything went right. In that team fight for D5, everything went their way. And it means that they've managed to crawl up this gold lead a little bit back, only 4,000 at the moment, but 4,000 is still a lot of ways to go. And if Tobataco has something more to say about it, D5 can definitely make their way back into this game.
They also have no vision. They will not be able to see the oncoming tide. Tobataco, your structure is soon to fall, and I fear you along with it. Call of the Forge God thrown out, but it will not be recast. It will not buy anything as Jomi is able to take out the top laner, and Vitagen finding another kill.
Vitagen finding a lot of picks here, and that's exactly what their comp is good at. You have Ant, you have the Mordekaiser, you have the Maokai. So much CC, so much pick potential as Baron is gonna be started off here and TPing in as well. Burger Flipper, my friend, that is a Mordekaiser you're facing up against. Not sure that's where you want to go, and they're gonna look for the mid lane instead. Baron being picked up here by Vitagen. A trade of mid laners towards the bot side of the map as well.
Meanwhile, D-Wowza and Itchy will both fall on the tail end of that fight, but it does not take away from the fact that Vitagen pick up the Baron. They pick up the Elder buff, that Baron buff, and is able to steal that one away with the Q of his own. Mark finally claimed for Burger Flipper, but he's still looking for that first upgrade. Dutch does have the ultimate. He throws it out here, stacking that Radiant Virtue. W onto whoever he can find. It will be the support. It will be left behind as Yesei dies once more. Vitagen moving themselves up in the world.
This could be really dangerous for the side of D5. Vitagen having Baron buff as well. Having the TP in from Ichi to secure this Tobataco matching with a TP of his own.
No ultimate left on this Ornn, though. He can't instantly go and try and swing this fight, and with no Nautilus, you're still disadvantaged in a fight. A nice little two-man pull, the flip of its own. Burger Flipper is forced to use the Lamb's Respite. You're still 4 versus 5. 3-man grand entrance from the support on the other side. Health bars dropping dangerously low, and with reinforcements en route, it's 2 men on one side of the wall, 3 on the other. Hex Flash being channeled for Yese, looking for a dredge line. Bot T2 will fall. D5 will get out alive, but the screws continue to be tightened over and over by the Vitagen side.
Vitagen trying their best to shop for a coffin here with D5's name on it, trying to find anything they can to end this game as quickly as they can. Currently an 8,000 gold lead for D5, and they had one good team fight on the side of D5, 3 marks for Burger Flipper at 23 minutes into the game. And we were talking about this before the champ site, or we were talking about this before the game started. Burger Flipper on this Kindred not having a lot of lanes to play around, and we saw that in the early game. We saw him just getting sort of thrown around in the jungle. Dodge doing a really good job of denying those marks as well, and with this dragon spawning, it is potential sole point for the side of Vitagen and Sandbag. This is very, very scary if you are D5.
It is scary. I will say, since they were able to scoop up that Infernal, I don't think they're necessarily forced to contest. I do not like their chances if D5 try and send this at present moment, considering they're still looking for their second item on many of their carries. But they seem content to try and duke it out. But, like, look, Electrocute on the Dutch did, like, 210 damage into a Maokai. I'm pretty sure one Sap Magic will heal that. So I'm very, very worried for D5 throwing the game on the spot if they commit here.
You know, you say that, but they're still walking aggressively. They're still around. They're still here to fight, and it could be Anto kicks this off.
They're not ready to give this one up. Ant is going to be going into that death realm, yanking this Nautilus in, making sure he can't provide any CC for his team. Now finding himself in the middle of 4 people. He will get his prize, but now can he get out? Local able to get a 2-man quickness to lock him down, pop him up with a grand entrance, and this is what we feared. Vitagen's top laner coming up with the double kill. Yomi coming up with one of his own. Objective will still go the way of Vitagen, and they made it look easy. Burger Flipper left once again to claim the consolation prize of his own red buff.
And again, the mark spawning on the enemy gromp as we take a look at the replay here. And like you said, Sandbag, it was just Vitagen running D5 completely over and did what he could there in the 1v1. Such a good play from him. And Wowza just can't get anything done. Immediately gets CC'd up. Jomi just doing the DPS that he can. Trying to find any sort of participation in the team fight. Being like, hey guys, I exist too. While his top laner is just 1v5ing and absolutely shredding through the comp of D5. And with Baron buff spawning in 1 minute and 40, I don't know how long D5 can hold on to this game. I don't know how long they can keep stopping these holes poked in their life raft by the comp of Vitagen.
Yeah, for those of you who missed some of the intricacies, absolute fascinating intricacies of that Mordekaiser play, what his combo was he R'd the nearest guy who moved and then right-clicked him. And then continue just right-clicking other things that moved nearby. He's at a point where target selection is overrated. 3-item Mord will just take whoever he wishes, wail on them, take your stats, wail on your team. He's just such a tough problem for D5 to solve, as they are currently grouped up in a 4-man death ball, but they are facing into Vitagen's wallet, they are facing into Vitagen's team, able to yank the mid laner off his wall, but now what does the follow-up look like? Call of the Forge God will be summoned, but they're displaced from the Lamb's Respite. Double kill going over to Jomi. Toba Taco face to run to safety, and it is all Vitagen all the time in this map.
And I think they might go for the end here. Could potentially look for 2 people down for the side of D5. Might be really hard, but is gonna look for the inhib tower up first. No engage here for the side of D5 so far. Vitagen looking for the base, looking to crack it open. And the Nutcracker will crack the base open indeed, as it is gonna be Vitagen taking that mid lane inhib, moving their way towards the Baron. This mark is in complete no man's land if you are the Kindred. Not gonna be securing that one, as Baron is spawning in 2 seconds. It is gonna be started up here on the side of Vitagen. No contesting so far from D5, but will slowly make their way towards that mid lane. Gonna just clear the wave, and is Baron picked up for the side of Vitagen.
Vitagen. More than happy to grab that one up for, if I'm not mistaken, the second time this game. Ant is the one holding the door. Charm will not find anything, and with Dutch's ultimate thrown out, your front line is just decimated. Yese trying the best that he can to look for anything back, but he's currently even Shroud Nautilus versus 3.5 item Mordekaiser. How do you ever hope to try and tank that up?
I mean, you're looking at the 3.5 item Mordekaiser. I'm looking at the 4 item Zaya with boots completed, almost full build on this AD carry on the side of Vitagen, and Jomei has just been playing so well today in all these games. He's played so well throughout this entire series and being fed once again. Every time I look at the leaderboard, it's just Jomei finding his way into these leads, finding his way into these kills, and it's just such a good job from the side of Vitagen to support this aggressive playstyle that he has, to support him throughout all of these games. And this might just be the last time they try to support him throughout this series, as it's gonna be Vitagen looking for the fight here on the bot side, looking for any catches they can make, and they certainly have the comp for it.
They do indeed. Baron buff in hand, they can walk you down. Ant in the top lane. He is pretty much unanswerable at this point in time without sending maybe 2, maybe 3 members. Even that, he's just going to ult up and take one with him more than likely. So, don't have a great answer for Ant. You don't have a great answer to deal with this 5-item Zaya on the other side. You really are running out of ways to try and kick this one off. The ultimate used for zone is Itchy's able to space this one out. They're looking for something. Call of the Forge God will find 3. The Nautilus finds 2 of his own. They're going to instantly try and turn this one around. But as the TP comes in, how much can he get in before the raid boss has arrived? They will find no one. And it turns out to be the end of an era. Dutch walking forward triumphantly into the enemy team's base. One more Q is going to do it from Ant to put the finishing touches on the ace, the finishing touches on the base, and that will be Vitagen closing the series 3-2-1 GG's.
Vitagen are gonna get the ace, they're gonna get the base, and they will be your SLE champions in a very, very dominant fashion. 14,000 gold lead for them, and GG's to both teams, GG's to Vitagen, and congratulations, as we are gonna be moving it over to the analyst desk.
Hello, guys, and that is that. You have your split 4 SLE champions. It is Vitagen, it is the squad. These guys, they put together a team made of people that didn't quite push for the title in previous rosters. They've all banded together and they've taken home the victory. What a series from them, and I think that last game really showed the dominance. It was night and day between these two teams, and you know, you can say all you want about individual players. At the end of the day, it's 5 versus 5. This is not a 1 versus 1 tournament. And at the end of the day, Vitagen showed they were the better team. And Dolly 5, good efforts from you guys. And Mikas, what did I say about, you know, patterns in the SLE?
Oh man, I'm so happy for Vitagen. These guys truly deserve it. Dutch playing so long in SLE and being like one of the prime and top players for all this time, finally gets his SLE title. Congratulations to him. Congratulations to ex-Gucci members, Lokov finding his second title on 2 different teams. So that's an achievement on its own. Ichi as well, Gucci sub back in the day. Also, big congratulations from us. And of course, Yomi, also a person that has become our friend and a huge part in the SLE community. And of course, Ant, the 1v1 champion of SLE, I think 1v1 tournament. Rookie of the Year, all SLE top laner, and now an SLE champion on his first season as well. I could not be happier for these guys. And yeah, as you say, the more things change in SLE, the more they remain the same. I've seen the story.
exactly. Yeah, what a story for these guys. You know, every single one of them. I think they are really, really deserving of this title here. And I think, you know, commiserations obviously to D5. I think they put up a decent fight, but at the end of the day, I think I can't echo this statement enough. It's about how much you want it, and we saw it out there how disciplined, how structured this Vitagen squad was, not only in the draft but also in the way they played. And you can see D5, one mistake's too many, and you've dropped the ball, and it's Vitagen who pull out ahead. And I think, yeah, I mean, like as you said, congratulations to each of them individually, because these guys as a group, they've tried in previous seasons on different rosters all across the board. And I think one thing I love to see about the SLE is, as much as it is a tournament, it's a community first. And to see people who, you know, are attempting to go for the title on different teams to not stop and finally get that medal that they truly, truly deserve is a beautiful thing to see. So I'm very, very happy for all of them. I think they all deserve it. But I think we should definitely not forget the great efforts that Dolly 5 have made in this split.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Dolly 5 throughout the split, one of I think at any moment of the split they were top 3 team, and they put their roster together just moments before the start of the split, and yeah, beautiful season for them. D Wows that came in SLE, and I believe he proved himself as a respectable player. I'm quite sure this is not the finish, this is not the end that he wanted. That of course what Shikiorin wanted. Tobotako today had an amazing series, and I'm like so heartbroken to see him lose this. But yeah, that's the way of esports. That's the way of competition, and today was not their day. Today was the day of Vitagen.
It was indeed, as I believe we have a whole squad of Vitagen players waiting for an interview. So I believe they're about to jump in. Is that correct? Oh, here we go. Hello.
Oh,
a lot of champions in this call. You know what I mean? Anyway.
ex-champion.
Okay,
No, man. I'm happy.
that's good, man. I'm happy for you. You've
Thanks,
deserved it. Are your other boys coming, or is it just you two?
We wanted to do me and Yomi, and if you want the other boys in, you can ask me, drag them in and out. I think 5 people together at the same time is a bit chaotic, but
Yeah, true. Okay, no, we love that. All right, guys, welcome, guys, to the stream. Welcome our 2. We will have the others later. Welcome our 2 champions of the SLE, guys. Dutch, I'm gonna go to you straight away. You've been gunning for this title for so long. You know,
Dude,
you've won CWL before, but I have to imagine that this one feels extra special.
this feels better than CWL. I mean, I have to beat Yessi and Diwauser for both of them, so that's kind of funny. Both in 3-1 as well. But I don't know, this kind of haunted me, right? Not even making finals every season, but finally getting to this, to it and just winning it. So, and in good fashion as well. So I'm super happy.
That's great. I love to hear that, and I mean, especially someone who has been rated so high by the whole community. You've fallen short. How did you overcome the shadows of your past and you know, just keep going and keep that mentality of, you know, I'm gonna go for this title no matter what?
I mean, it is all come down to consistency. Finally, not having a little Dutch moment and just running it down with like 10 deaths and getting hooked every single time. It helps a lot, I feel like. I mean, it all comes down to being a lot more consistent. My team just having my team know my ADHD for loving to go in, but they kind of make sure I don't go in on everything. So my team is a very big contributor to this stuff as well. So I'm really happy with the guys.
Yeah, but not just consistent, but consistently great. Those smites, I believe, were the key moments of some of those games that you secured. And your partner in crime here as well, Yomi, joining us as well. Congratulations to you too. Caliber was so happy seeing you winning the title as well.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask. I wanted to compliment Yomi for me. Yomi was actually the MVP of this this finals. I think he at the very end had his legacy-defining moment and outperformed Shiki Orin, the hottest ADC right now in the league. Right at the end, Yomi was the best. Yomi, did something change between you guys, between how you approached the game after the first defeat against Dolly 5 in the winners bracket?
Ooh, I think we had a clear view of how the meta was at least, and Ghostblade junglers weren't as good, so which was a big issue in the first series. But I didn't feel like we made that big of mistakes in the first game. We failed to close out the first game, and we ended up getting stomped in game 3. But we shouldn't have been in that position at all, right?
Yeah, but even the champion picks, I believe, kind of changed. I think you were not as locked into weak side after those series and going on to the losers bracket round. Was that something that changed, or was it just the meta changing? That's why you kind of changed the champion picks.
It's a bit of both. Kai'Sa specifically is something we've been scrimming with a bunch and doing really, really well with. So at some point we just decided we just force this every time we can, and otherwise we have Saya to fall back on, who I feel like does well into most of the champions Shiki plays. So I'm really happy with how the bot lane drafts ended up, even if we B1 Kai'Sa, which might not be that optimal.
Yeah, there was a claim by Shipex in the Twitch chat that you blind picked Kai'Sa 3 times just to bait Shiki Orin in to think that Kai'Sa is OP. Did not look that OP in game 4, and Xayah looked to be the more OP one.
Yeah.
Adrian?
Yeah, I actually wants to ask, you have been, rated as the SLE All-Star AD carry, but there were critiques that a lot of that was based off Seraphine, and I think a lot of people quietly knew that you were capable of pulling out these traditional AD carry picks. Were you under the impression that they were going to ban out the Seraphine, and you had these traditional AD carries prepped into people saying the most highly well performing AD carries in the SLE?
I would have been surprised if they didn't ban the Seraphine with how well we've done on it. I
Yeah.
think we played it 7 or 8 times and we won every game. But
Yeah.
I know in the regular season, I think I played it 6 games out of 18. So it's not like I didn't have games on traditional AD carries either. But
yeah.
I don't really feel like I've played that well up until this series. I'm really happy to end up like this.
Logan Legacy defining series too.
I mean, to be honest, I think Sanix should have won the MVP vote in the regular season, but I'll take it.
Yeah, see, this is how you can tell he's newly swapped. He's still humble and nice to his opponents.
He didn't play any.
You should have heard me in voice comms the last game. I was not being humble. I think there was
Okay.
something about screaming, "This is my legacy defining game."
I
Give
see
me
some
red
voting in the Twitch stream done.
Yeah, voting
there you
voting for MVP, series MVP is finished. Jeremy, congratulations. You are the SLE Finals MVP. Congratulations on that. And yeah, I have to say, I think off broadcast, me and Mikas were saying that both of you were having extremely good performances throughout every single game. So well done to both of you. I don't have any further questions and would love to give an intro to Dessa as he has a question.
Yes, sir, we made it, boys. We found our way to the stream. Nice. Okay. But yeah, all jokes
We also still have
aside,
and Itchy and Loco. We can swap out if you guys have questions for them.
Yeah, definitely. We'll add them in some letter.
Let's do one for us and then we will swap. They deserve it.
Congratulations to you guys again for the win. And I only had one question. My question is, are we gonna see the same Vitagen next playoffs? Are we gonna see the same Vitagen next split? Or what's your guys' plan for the future of Vitagen?
I'm gonna ask this. I wasn't even sure if I'm gonna be playing this split, but I might try to look time for next split because I had a blast more than I expected. So I don't know what the rest of the guys think, but I think we're gonna talk about it after this. So maybe we see Vitagen make a V3 return on the Rift.
Ooh. And again, congratulations to you, Dutch. You did manage to actually pull it through this time,
Yeah.
not flopping. So congrats. But yeah,
Shout out to my old Vitagen homies. We did it. We didn't the first time. We did it the second time.
I'm sure they're here in spirit, my friend. And yeah, that's the only question I had at least. So I'm gonna hand it on over back to Sovanix.
Yes, thank you very much, and congratulations to both of you. You guys go and enjoy the victory, as I believe we'll swap in and tag in your 3 teammates.
I think T2, 3. I don't know what you guys want. I'll just drag them all in here. And we're
Yeah,
gonna leave.
go for it. Yeah, go for it. You guys can stay. Go on. Why
We were
not?
silent. We were silent.
I do quickly, just because I am running a little bit out of time, as I do need to head out in a moment, but I also want to shout out Sandbag real quick, my, partner in crime for today. Very much thank you for joining me as well. And thank you for Pepper for producing for us.
Cheers, man.
Yeah, thank you very much for the cast, and welcome, guys, the 3 winners that we are yet to speak to. Congratulations on your win. Loco, this is your second SLE title. Itchy, your first, and to your first. This must feel so good for you guys. How do you all feel?
Feels pretty damn good, yeah.
Yeah. No, I love it.
Yeah.
No, I love the excitement. We love that.
We're waiting. Who talks
all at
first?
once.
I'm gonna jump straight to you, Loco. This is your second win. I have to say, it's me and Mikas were saying on the cast actually, it's a very similar scenario to when we won the SLE of like dropping out in the upper bracket into the lower bracket, playing against the same opponent, same scoreline in the finals as well. How much did your experience in past tournaments help with this situation?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Yeah.
There was a point in game 2 that I got pretty tilted, so.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I don't know. I'm sure it contributed a lot, but I just enjoyed it. It's a lot of fun playing finals.
Awesome, love that. I've got a question for the man in the mid lane. You were up against what people were saying was the biggest threat in the Dolly 5 squad. A lot of hype around this player. What was your game plan going into him for the finals, considering the result last time around?
Don't in was probably a good thing. I definitely got momentum. Like, I knew he'd be going hard. I knew that I got targeted or expected to get targeted a decent amount because, like, assassins and stuff. Yeah, no, it was literally just we had our own game plan, so play to our own game instead of like what they're doing. And I think as well, like the second half of game 2 and then game 3, we really got momentum, and I was definitely like feeling myself a lot more, so I felt more confident to go toe to toe with him.
Yeah, awesome. And I have to say, like, whenever the camera panned into mid lane, it looks like the trades are genuinely going really well for you. So well done on that. And Ant, you are a rookie. This is your first time in the SLE. How does it feel to come in as a rookie and show up so big?
No, it's been really good from start to finish. I mean, ever since play-ins, we had a real hot streak, which did come to an abrupt end. But with these teammates to help me along the way, I always knew in my heart this was going to be the end.
Oh,
And
I mean, to be fair, it was going to be the end, regardless of where we won or lost.
Might have took another game, but we got there.
That's true. But yeah, I wanted to actually ask Ant, you are the SLE top laner. You are the rookie of the split. There's a lot of admiration by the community. Also, the 1v1 tournament winner. Being like put into like having so much praise. Is it difficult to be like drafted a champion like an Ivern or an Ornn, right? To be put like on this weak side and not be the star. How is it for you to be approaching these kind of situations?
I don't think carry champs are the only way to go.
Mm-hmm.
Diversity, as you did highlight in your article, is one of my strong points, and I think other people could take a page or two out of that book. We saw a lot of tank tops in the SLE split.
Mm-hmm.
when things like Ivor and other support picks, just other stuff in general, all across the map can be played. It's really good. It's not something I'm against at all. I'm calling from half the time.
Oh, that's a great quality to have as a teammate, and also a great quality to have as a teammate. Lots of those qualities. Loco has what a clutch performance at times. I believe in that third game when you were on the All-Star. I'm telling, Yomi was the MVP of the series for me, but Loco made the series-defining play in that Baron fight on the Alistar, holding off three players alone. Loco, do you remember that play? And can you describe to me what happened there?
I mean, to be honest, I was just like, I wanted to just stall as much as I could because my team went on Gwen and Kha'Zix, I think it was. And I was like, I'm going to get caught out here anyway, so I might as well pop my ulti and try to stall as much as I can. So, and it ended really well because my team just blew up the Gwen and Kha'Zix.
Yeah, I think that was the turning point. I think up until that moment, I feel like D5 had the momentum, and that absolutely swung it around. And after that, there was no way back. And in game 4, also I feel like the stream kept going after that. So well done there.
Yeah, really well done. I actually have a question, like, not directed at anyone. This can be picked up by whoever feels they can answer it best. But that game 3, that was looking completely done for. Who made those calls, and who was the person on lead to bring that one back?
I'll answer.
Dutch. It's going to be Dutch or Itchy calling. They're on the big champions that game.
Dutch is the kind of guy, if he wants to go, he just goes, and you just have to ride along.
I mean, it was the Baron fight you said as well, right? On the big turn, I see Kha'Zix overextend. That's I instantly flash ulti him, just we go, and Itchy followed up very, very nicely, and we killed them through their through any defenses they had. So, I mean, the game 3 looked kind of doomed, but I think because we kind of kept kind of cool and we trying to do the Baron first every single time because we knew we could just dance around them. And then they game 2 and start of game 3, the vocals and the comp were a bit scuffed, but after that we cleared it up a bit and we just started to win.
Yeah, I definitely just to add on to that. The game 2 felt really bad because we felt like we were getting throttled out, and then we had like one play or one pick where all of a sudden it sort of clicked. So we sort of in game were like, okay, everyone, let's take a step back. Let's start asking the actual questions again about how to play it, right? So we sort of had to reboot our comms and the way we were approaching the game, because we were getting run over and we were getting strangled and we weren't coming up with anything. So we took a step back and we're thinking, okay, well, if they're gonna do this, what can we do in response? If we know they're gonna go for Drake in 90 seconds, can we do some shit on the other side? And how do we fucking do it? And that reset really made it so from then on, it was like, okay, Dutch is pulling the trigger. I'm going on it. The second we see someone who isn't on their team, we all jump that person and we just pull the trigger without a second thought. And I think that's really, because before then it was feeling pretty doomed, right? But that sort of gave us the window and made everything click again. And that gave us the comms sort of built momentum from that into Yeah,
Lovely to hear. I think I am out of questions for you guys unless Mikis has any more.
No, nothing more from me. I'm so happy for you guys. Vitagen finally did it. All of you finally did it. Dutch definitely deserved it all the way. And so did the rest of the squad. I'm a little bit sad for Shiki.
yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
Good second deserved it.
He deserved it as well, but not this season. I hope he keeps trying. And I'm excited to see all of you in the next split.
I just want to say a shout out. There's one person I really did all of this for, and that's Dutch's mum. So if you could give her a little bit of a wave,
Okay.
shout out to her, and
As
good for you, dude.
as a person that kind of handles the cast as well, I want to give, like, as his final, because we're gonna running it up. Big props to Sandbag, to Dessa, to Yumikis, to Adrian, to Linus for everything, and like Pepper, the fucking goat. You have been doing so much work.
Pepper is split MVP.
Pepper is split MVP,
dude.
and everyone else that has been here on cast, Ace, Rain, who did an amazing job, and Sammy, Excalibur who was here, Arvid, etc. I don't like GU, Saddles, everyone who contributed to this SLE split. I mean, tap yourself on the back because you did an amazing job, and we made it a really fun one in my opinion. And yeah, I can't wait to improve on the next one as well.
Lovely to hear. And yeah, if we were on stage right now, there was an MVP trophy, I'd snatch it out of Jeremy's hand, give it to Pepper. Yeah, 100%. But no, I'm just kidding. All right, guys. But like, lastly, thank you guys, and congratulations on your victory. Go and celebrate, go and enjoy it. As for now, the SLE Split 4 is finished. So thank you all for the support throughout the entire split, and have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
I might do like an end of pod.